Okay. It says excellent connection. How optimistic? How big do I want OBS to be? Okay. Okay, it says that I'm live, but I don't think the actual game is showing.
Now I see it. I got it.
You see the stream or the game?
The stream, not the game.
Okay. I think it's something in OBS. Okay, wait. Maybe. I can see my cursor, but the game is still... Bless you.
I'm so sorry. I did that unmuted.
Can you come help me real quick? Just doing some setup right now.
And I tried deleting it.
That looks better.
I think that should be good.
Okay.
Let me check on
Alright. I see 3 viewers, and I don't know who's watching a blank screen right now, but hello. Put a comment in the chat if you can actually see what's going on. That would be super helpful. Okay, you can see Spore. I should probably turn the lo-fi off so I don't get...
I can see it.
Okay. I think I have the sound settings way down, so I don't know if you can hear the game quite yet. Turn those up. Okay. And can you try talking real quick?
Me,
You,
the co-host roommate,
the co-host
the
roommate,
roommate co-host.
the roommate co-host. Yes.
Yeah, I can try talking.
Rita says, hi, sorry having technical issues, plus you didn't post link. I know, I have not done that yet because wasn't sure if it was working quite yet. So, we'll go ahead and do that. Last time my little soundboard didn't work for a lot of it, but I'm hoping to improve on my skills from last time. This thing does not want to keep my windows where I put them. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to leave that as it is. Question for the stream. Question for the stream. I'm going to press a button, and I want you to tell me if you can hear it. Ready?
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells.
Did you hear that?
I can hear it on my end through Discord.
Okay.
I'm not sure about the stream though.
Menu music.
Rita is reporting that she heard it too.
Okay, good. Was it way too loud? Because it's not appropriate unless it's ungodly loud. Ready to go. Okay. Is there anywhere else I was going to post this? Let's spin the galaxy again. Okay. I'm going to turn down... See if I can turn down just a little, just a smidge. Because I'm feeling nice. Just a smidge. But not much. I'm getting a video. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. That's probably, hopefully, going to go away. Thanks everyone for sticking around as we get the setup figured out. As we all know, this is just for fun. And also a good excuse just to play a very old game that I haven't touched in quite a while. Brumpin goes to space. Let's see. I'm going to delay until the little timer in the corner says we've been live for 10 minutes, and then I will officially start, so we have a nice clean place to cut it. Anything you say in the next 15 seconds will be lost to time. Speak now or forever hold your peace. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, welcome to Spore stream number 2. We streamed a couple weeks back going from the cellular stage to the space stage all in one go on hard mode. And since I hadn't played this game in like over a decade, I would say it was not the easiest experience. Definitely, I had forgotten how to play some of the upper stages, and kind of got my ass handed to me a little bit. But we made it to space, which, as you can see, when you spin the galaxy, a bunch of heads come out, which is actually factual. As usual, I have my roommate co-host with me today. Say hello, roommate co-host.
Hello, I'm the roommate co-host. I'm here to co-host when a short few-minute break needs to be taken.
Yep, because what you guys can't see behind the scenes is that I am constantly drinking water, and so I need to take a piss break basically all the time. And in order to keep these marathon streams going, I just need 1 or 2 minutes every now and again. And thankfully, we have someone in our wheelhouse who can actually speak on a somewhat factual topic. These aren't, like, strictly speaking, like, educational streams, obviously, but I try to keep it somewhat interesting by talking about things we actually know a thing or two about. Last time we were talking about stuff that's brand new in evolution, and then thinking back, there was actually a lot of stuff that I didn't even, like, get to, that I didn't think to talk about, just because I was so distracted with trying to finish the game, and not turning it into a 15-hour marathon. So I've got more topics that I can speak about there, but we are going to be doing the space stage. And the space stage is kind of the open-ended portion of Spore. There isn't exactly an end game. You kind of have to make your own. I do have the Galactic Adventures expansion, which adds just like a bunch of side missions, and I don't think I'm going to really mess with that this time, because I want to go for a more classic objective to finish off, quote-unquote, the space stage, which is reaching the center of the galaxy. Spore has a lot of, like, there's parts of this game that feel extremely underpolished, and then there's parts where it's like, I don't know why you spent so much time, you know, writing flavor text for a bunch of books that are scattered throughout the universe. You're going to see what I mean in a little bit. I might try out an adventure or two just for fun, but I'm not going to try to, like, call the stream at, like, all right, when I complete every single, like, built-in mission, I can stop, because that would be insane. And I'm not sure if reaching the center of the universe is even going to happen. I might be up until 2 a.m. trying to accomplish that, especially if I don't start. So, Hell Planet. I believe we were playing on Hell Planet. That sounds about right.
I believe you're correct.
I do have a test planet that I was using to familiarize myself with the space stage a little bit more. That's all set on easy mode, so I remember how to play. Kind of. And the most important thing is cheat. So I have to remember... Is this one of the ones where I have to enable cheats first? Nope. Okay, so I'm just gonna give myself a few $100 million real quick. Yeah, so the spaceship that we are going to be traveling to the center of the universe with is Brumpint. And there's just a lot of little, like, ceremonies that pop up every time you do one of these little achievements. It's kind of funny. It's actually, like, gonna slow me down so much because I'm cheating so hardcore. Yeah, we've got a Brumpint spaceship. The real Brumpint, by the way, right now is asleep. She is hanging out in the under sink real estate. Okay, I have 99,999,999 Spore bucks. I appreciate that you have been watching the Brumpinch shorts. I am just straight up uploading every single video I've ever taken of her just to get it on YouTube, because most of those were posted to Twitter at one point or another, and if I finally do get to the point where I feel like I can just, like, delete that stupid app and nuke my own account, which would be rapturous, I want to make sure that all that stuff is actually up somewhere, so... it's up on YouTube. You can go watch like 30 different videos of my cat growing up right now if you wanted. But I think I want to get started on this. And I think where we left off, we have a mission to fly to another planet. This is our little solar system. We're circling a star called Okea 3, which is cool. Yeah, we're anti-Twitter here, and a lot of that has to do with a man that I'm sure is going to be mentioned in this stream, even though you already... Sadly, I'm so sorry, Rita. You don't want to hear about Elon Musk because he sucks so much and takes the fun out of everything. But it's hard not to mention it, because a huge portion of what this stream is going to show is just an endless amount of terraforming planets, which is what that particular guy thinks he's building towards in his life and career. And it's about as realistic as Spore itself. It's a complete fantasy. So we're just going to be casually making fun of that. So we've flown to this planet that is close by to our home world, and there's a crashed spaceship with skeletons on the outside. So we're introducing the scan tool here. By the way, I'm downgrading... I downgraded my own screen. I am playing this in 1080p instead of 4K, which makes all the sense in the world because the UI doesn't scale, and playing this in 4K meant all the buttons were basically invisible. Aliens, but no signs of life. Looks like they drew some type of cryptic map before they died. Wait, the wreck has triggered a transfer beam. Some items are coming aboard. Sure. Wow. Missiles and an interstellar drive, which seem to have an unknown star's coordinates programmed into it. The wreck's damage looks like it came from a flight. The ship must have been sent from other planet to get help. Okay, so we are, again, building up towards the lore of Spore. And we're partly in the tutorial right now, but that's okay. I'm just gonna ram through this as fast as possible so we can get to our real mission, which is terraforming every single planet and moving towards the center of the galaxy. In OBS, it looks like it's flashing a bunch of neon colors, so let me know if that starts actually happening.
Yeah, I'm seeing that on the stream.
You are?
Yeah, it's
no.
It looks like it's like seizure inducing.
Okay. That's not good. I don't know what to do about that.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna have to put a seizure one. Stop the... I'll be right out.
Okay. It only happened when I was going to that planet, so maybe it won't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that should not be happening.
I don't know what to do about that.
Okay.
Alright. I'm just gonna keep playing and see if it happens again.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if it happens on OBS.
Yeah. The interstellar drive from the wreck is responding to a beacon from a nearby star that matches the coordinates in its memory. This must be some home planet, and they may still be needing help. Okay, so we're going to travel to another solar system. Are you guys ready? This is more advanced than anything mankind has ever done. Here we go.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, wait,
I'm
it's
seeing
doing it
on
again.
OBS.
It's doing it again. What do we do about that?
We might have to change the input method.
Okay. Do you want to do that real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just save real quick. Technical difficulties. One moment.
Hello, it's the roommate co-host. So I used game capture. So we're not gonna do. And display capture. Window capture.
While we're fixing this would be a good time to get some other stuff out of the way, including obviously saying, "Ooh, there's my Steam page." Don't look
Yeah.
too closely at that.
Sorry.
Judge me for my library. Yeah, obviously, I think it's really cool that the last couple streams got a lot more views than I would have expected. And especially considering, like, it was only, you know, at times 4 or 5 people in the stream, which is still, like, really cool. I really appreciate that people, you know, put this on in the background or, like, actively scream at it. But there's tons and tons of views, like, beyond that, and so I have no idea. If you're just on the internet watching random videos and you've been enjoying these, don't be shy about, like, leaving a comment, jumping into the chat, because I'd love to find out who is finding these videos and, like, why, and what you're interested in actually seeing. We're still just doing little,
For some reason, it's not popping up as a window.
maybe we should just restart the game.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Is this a Steam game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, this is not a professional stream. Again, this is just for fun. So, I'm not going to stress out too much about it. But I would rather not do a 7-hour marathon stream or however long this ends up being with seizure-inducing flashes. That's definitely not kind. I'm going to go check on Brumpin. I'll be right back. Okay, so you guys know when you pick up, like, a leaf or a rock on the ground and there's, like, a bug on the underside and it just, like, freaks out? That's kind of what happens every time I open the little cabinet that August is sleeping in. She just is totally... first of all, she's always asleep, so she wakes up and just, like, looks at me like, what are you doing? She thinks it's so rude that I intrude on her personal space while she's sleeping, but has absolutely no problem if I happen to be sleeping in a room that she's in, which does not happen very often on purpose. She will step on my face, chew on my hair, run around in circles. What even is that?
What? Why is it giving?
I wonder if it's going to show that live.
I hope it does.
Okay, the way we're watching it, the entire stream is compressed to a tiny square in the top left corner, which is very cool. Just hit cancel. Yeah. There it is.
Oh my gosh. What the fuck? What? Hold on. Why is it doing it in 4:3?
Hold on, and it's also flashing, I think.
Is it?
It looked like it was.
My question is, why doesn't it keep it up if I click on that one? It's just not.
It's a mystery. I need to keep thinking of things to say for stall for time.
I think it should be working now. It looks like it fixed itself somehow.
Okay.
I'm just
Let's hope it magically fixed itself somehow. The thing is, what pops up on the YouTube thing is so far behind, it's hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay. I think it's good.
I think it's working.
All right.
Okay.
We're going to try this.
Please.
Hopefully we've remembered to cut that from the VOD, or though maybe not. Maybe it's okay to show things in progress. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, so as far as like other stuff, I wanted to say, to kind of start, later this week, so I'm broadcasting right now, this is July 18th, and it's actually early next week, Sunday of next week, I will be releasing publicly the first of 14 Menifee Expedition videos. So, for those of you who don't know, I'm a paleontologist, and that involves going around... Oh no, it's flashing again! It's doing it again. All right.
I saw that, but it stopped for now.
No, it gets...
Oh,
yeah.
no, I see it. Okay.
Wasn't doing anything like this last time.
I feel like it has something to do with the way we're capturing.
Gonna blow up the security drone. I haven't seen it do it in a second. I think this might be cursed. I think we might have done something to anger Spore. Okay. So if you missed it, we have crash landed. Rita says, this is when the Teletubby virus leaks the pink slime out of my computer. Okay. Yeah.
And sometimes the stream just goes green.
Oh my god.
I think it has to do with the way we're...
But what's different?
Here, well, wait, let me see some.
What?
Here. I need to, like, sit down. Look at the options. YouTube. Settings.
So, I go out in the field as part of my job into the middle of nowhere. I dig the bones. I put them in the car, and we send them home. And it's this whole process. It's a very fun thing to do. It's very rewarding, it's very difficult, it's very frustrating, and it's not at all like what you see kind of, first of all, in the movies. We talked so much shit about Jurassic Park in the first stream that I did, and obviously one of the things that I brought up is that what little they show of actual excavations in those movies, nothing to do with it's not at all like what the actual process looks like. And there are some like documentaries and some movies. That was Discord. Yeah. There's some documentaries and some movies that attempt to show it, and you know, some of it's okay, but just kind of like a very basic, you know, sort of set shots. But the real thing is really different. It's kind of like a summer camp, but for grown-ups. And instead of doing kind of pointless activities or like, you know, cult behavior, where, well, it is kind of a cult behavior. You know, we're all taking our expertises and we're melding them together to do this very strange thing, which is to go out in the middle of nowhere and look for bones for however long we can. We just did 2 weeks earlier in the year. Maybe just don't touch it. Maybe just don't touch it, because it's a 1080p stream. And this is a 4K monitor. So maybe it's like when you do that, maybe that's what's messing it up. So anyway, now you're seeing my desktop screen. If you can tell me what movie that's a frame of, I will, I don't know. I won't give you anything because I'm broke, but... Okay. Now it's showing 2 streams.
Yeah. Why can I not change this? Yeah, see? It's gonna show it. Unless...
Now see, there it's fine. So you had it, somehow.
We're gonna try something possibly really
I think that's gonna be even worse. I think it was fine, and I think that's gonna break it again. Yes, it's from Everything Everywhere All at Once. Good job.
Perfect. It's close enough.
I don't think that's gonna work, but we'll try.
We'll watch this.
Go on standby. We'll see what it does. Okay. So yeah, during my field season this year, I went out and I filmed 14 videos. They range from 5 to 10 minutes long, showing the actual work of finding, excavating, and preparing fossils and studying them. I've got a lot of really awesome volunteers and really smart people who dedicate their time to making all this stuff work, even if they're not getting paid for it. So, you know, I really like showcasing all the really hard work that we do, and even though it's an extra responsibility on top of my actual job here, which is to find fossils. Okay, the stream looks okay. It looks like it's fine. So I'm just gonna keep flying around for a little bit and seeing if we have another seizure moment. Today's trending hashtag is seizure moment.
Yeah, I'm watching the stream on my end, and I think it's fine.
Okay.
You can see everything pretty clearly. Knock on wood. We haven't gotten any weird seizure-inducing moments yet.
All right.
So I think we just keep it like this. Now, if you ever click anything outside of the application, it might briefly show the upper left quarter of your desktop.
Okay.
But I think that's a price we're both willing to pay.
All right.
Considering there's nothing on there, you can't see anything except for a little bit of the background.
Okay. Well, in that case, I probably can't mess with the. I probably can't mess with the soundboard. So maybe if there's an appropriate time to hit a button, my co-host can do that instead. Anyway, point being, I've got 14 videos, from Menifee Expedition 2023, and they're all available right now on patreon.com/ptpaleo for my expedition donors. They got to see the video the same day that it was made, so they already know everything that I saw, all the adventure, all that stuff. But obviously, I want people to be able to see, because we work on public lands, and obviously not everyone has the spare money to support the Patreon. So all that stuff does go public after 2 months, and next Sunday, the 23rd, is going to be that 2-month mark. So the very first one is going to debut then, and then there's going to be videos for 2 straight weeks. So if you're enjoying the stream right now, and it says there's still 4 concurrent viewers, which is awesome considering we just been having technical difficulties for like 20 straight minutes. Stick around, check that out. Okay. So now for the actual game, we have to get out of the tutorial. So we accomplished the mission. We got attacked by alien drones. Super spooky. Go back to our home world. What? Your SETI device has revealed a strange radio signals emitting from this star. Fly in and explore. Is it my own space civilization? Mission accomplished. We knew we weren't alone in the galaxy. Traces of an extinct civilization, hostile security drones, and the Groks. It's obvious that we must continue our exploration of the galaxy and potentially prepare for hostilities. In order to do so, we'll need to set up colonies as bases of operation. Obviously, the solution to space threats is colonialism. Our scientists are already reverse engineering the interstellar drive to replicate its technology. We have also developed a SETI device for your ship. It will pick up signals of other sentient life in the galaxy indicated by radio signals. So, this is where I do one of my first changes. The voices in this game can get really annoying, so I'm going to put that super down low, especially when the aliens start showing up. Spoiler alert, there's going to be aliens. And because I cheated to give myself maximum money, we're just going to buy everything. Let's see. Place a colony on the planet Norak. We're going to go to this system. Planets in green orbit paths are easier to terraform and colonize than planets on red or blue orbit paths. I'm going to consult an expert on space stuff. Is that true? Does the color trail that a planet leaves indicate its habitability?
Yes. The astronomers study planet trails to figure out how easy a planet is to terraform. That's 100% correct.
But it's not leaving like a bright blue or bright green streak in the sky, right?
No, that part is not true. I'm making that all up.
Colonies can be established on any planet from barren moons to lush Terrascore 3 oases. So basically this is telling me that, like, there's lots of different, you can place up to there's 3 different, I go over to my little menu here. So there's 3 different Terrascores, and you can modify each of these planets, adding species and changing the atmosphere in order to make them more habitable, and then you can spread life throughout the galaxy, which I think is a much more noble goal than, trying to become king of space or whatever. I'm gonna abduct one of the customizable. So scattered throughout this game, throughout the entire galaxy, what you see on the menu screen for this game is actually there. You can visit every single system, every single planet in that galaxy, including other planets that you have other saves on, which is obviously cool. And there's little collectibles that are scattered everywhere. I just picked up one called Pink Terra Coloring, so I can fire this at the planet and turn it pink. This is probably going to be annoying, me referencing things happening on screen that don't actually happen because the YouTube lags. I'm going to try to be better about that. Now we need to find a place to drop down the colony. Swag. Congratulations, you have grown your empire. Each colony's productivity is tied to its size. Size is limited by the terra score of the planet. Invest in terraforming, then add colonies and buildings to reap the highest rewards. Cool. Can I just say that I love the spaceship? The Brumpint with the moving legs is so good. Should I turn every single planet pink? That would be kind of fun. You've collected spice. Spice is a valued commodity. Collect it from your colonies and homeworld each time you visit them. So we've got a little Dune reference. Okay, tutorial. Starship the Brumpint requesting docking. Docking? Okay. So we gotta find an alien empire, apparently. So, first of all, I wanted to give a little update on something really cool that was published in the realm of biology. So there's an open access paper that just dropped on Nature. Like last time, I'll leave a link to it in the description of this video, so you can go check it out if you're watching the VOD later on. But essentially, this was an experiment where a group of researchers took an algal cell. I could pull up the paper, and I really should, but I'm afraid if I try to touch my Zotero tab, it will crash the stream. So I'm not going to summarize it in detail too much so I don't get the fine points wrong. But basically, I believe the title is Evolution in a Minimal Cell. And this was an experiment where researchers had taken this algal cell, I've already said all of this already, and removed a bunch of quote-unquote unnecessary, information from its genome. So basically stripped it down to the very bare-bonesest model of an organism. And then kind of cultured it and allowed it to, establish and evolve and reproduce and all of those things. And with the removal of all the extra, evolved adaptations and all these things, when you strip a cell down to its minimal form, quote unquote, unsurprisingly, it had lost quite a bit of fitness, but it also, as this experiment was run, it came to show that all these traits were basically selected for all over again, and when I have a second, I'll try to pull up the actual number of generations that it took to re-evolve what had been specifically taken out. But it's this really interesting case study where it was only a matter of I think a few dozen generations. That's all molecular biology and probably a much more specific microfield that I don't really know much about, so I won't blabber on it too much, but that was something that came out fairly recently that I thought was really, really interesting. Something else that I wanted to convey, that I somehow didn't mention the entire stream last time, is that our earliest conceptions of evolution were very strongly biased, kind of because of the political climate. This is a period of time where Europe was engaged in colonialism, as you hopefully know. We're talking the 19th century is when Darwin publishes On the Origin of Species. And if you had a good high school history teacher, you might have learned something about social Darwinism and the tendency of, we'll say, yes, actual scientists make this mistake. Not mistake, they have their own biases that they assume science is backing them up on. But okay, so we found an alien race and they use the exact same spaceship that we do. It's incredible. Sweet. Seems there's always some new galactic whippersnapper buzzing in our ear, wanting us to make contact with the Algernon Empire. Okay, cool. I am from the maximum creature. I come in peace. Okay, so don't look super friendly, but there we go. Let's see if I give them an incredible amount of money, if they'll be nice. Here's like 100,000 spore bucks. Okay, what about another 100,000 spore bucks? What about additional hundreds of thousands of spore bucks? Okay, they're not. Oh wait, I don't want to do that right now. Okay. So our interstellar drive is not powerful enough to efficiently travel between all of these systems yet. Incoming transmission from an empire we have not contacted yet. You're in the area governed by the Grand Council. Welcome. I don't think I am, actually. Okay, we gotta go back and sell him spice. Anyway, so social Darwinism kind of evolves, if I might be cheeky and use a little bit of wordplay, from this new understanding of natural selection and this idea of competition is what drives innovation and is responsible for, like, creating everything that we see around us. All the varieties of things on life, it all comes from struggle against one another, against other species and against other members of the same species in order to survive. And it's fitness, which is usually almost always thought of as like physical fitness and physical attributes. That's the main driver of this. And that was never the only opinion. And what's changing now is there's a greater appreciation for an alternative viewpoint, one that has obviously been talked about by many scholars, but there's a Russian prince called Peter Kropotkin that writes some very influential early books that describes basically mutual aid as a deciding factor in the evolution of species, and that it's not actually competition between members of the same species, but cooperation that drives, is like the major factor in survival for these things. I want to explore the universe. I got the Missionista 1 badge. Wow. Yeah, so I just got to do a bunch of pointless tasks in order to unlock things. I don't know if there's a cheat to just unlock everything right away. I'm assuming not. That's alright. There's this tiny little planet right next to our homeworld I should go mess around on. See if I can make it red. Okay, that did nothing because there's no atmosphere here. Got it. Just throw down our atmosphere generator. Oh, there is a cheat. What is it? Do you know? Getting some help from chat here. Beep beep. Ooh, Duolingo's sending me threats. You've stabilized the T-score. Okay. Unlocked. Super. Unlock. Super weapons. I don't know if that did anything. Space. Create. Okay. Okay, I don't think I got the weapons, but I did get... Let's see. Create creature, creature tweaker, supersizer, species eradicator. Oh my god. Doesn't look like that gave me terraforming tools. Might be at a shops thing, gotcha. Grand Council is pleased to present you with a gift of 10,000 Spore bucks. Awesome. Says there's now 6 concurrent viewers. Welcome. Ooh, okay, so we've got a planet with pink spice. Pink is one of the rarer types of spice. I think this intro is about to tell me all about that. Okay, I'm supposed to make this planet purple, but it kind of looks like it already is purple. Color land, purple terra coloring. Deep blue sea. Nice. It's probably not a good thing to admit, but I learned a lot about, like, astronomy from this game. Which definitely should reveal, like, you should never get your information about things from video games. But, like, because I study things on Earth, I didn't necessarily, think about, like, what other star systems look like and how there's different types of stars, how there's systems of, you know, you can have binary systems. What's that? Hologram scout. Send a hologram to the planet for an up-close. Interesting. Apparently there are aliens invading one of my colonies. Rita says, I don't know if you ever cheated in this game and did the whole capitalism thing. Ooh, these are the dick spaceships. My colony's being attacked by dicks. I use my beam on you. Yes, the Speenus. I think they're gone. I think I killed them, guys. Oh, wait, there's more. While I fight off pirates, I'm going to call in my co-host. While we're on the topic of new developments in science, a few weeks ago there was a press conference put on by a very particular research group that we watched. I'm about to blow up. No. While I struggle for my life, what if I can I just like repair? No, I can't. Yeah, so what new stuff was just announced?
Yeah, so I don't remember the name of the research group, but it was announced by the National Science Foundation.
I got blowed up.
Essentially, we created a gravitational wave detector that is the size of a galaxy. And the way the researchers did it is sometimes when stars die and they collapse in on themselves, they become something called pulsars, which spin very rapidly and very regularly. It's something like 400 rotations per second or something. It's like insane. And they're constantly sending out radio waves from their poles, hence the name pulsars. So what we can do on Earth is we can use radio telescopes to listen in on those radio pulses that come from these stars, and we can figure out very precisely when they're supposed to come. And so what they're trying to do is use very small variations in these pulsar timings to detect gravitational waves, which are like, the best way to describe them is like ripples in space-time. And they usually form when two supermassive black holes sort of collide with each other and turn into one even bigger black hole. And so what they're trying to do is measure the wavelength of these gravitational waves, because that can help us better figure out how the universe got started and how it's currently expanding. And they recently announced the results, and it was something like the gravitational waves that's like just traveling throughout the universe have a wavelength of like 3 light years or something, which is insane. And they said that like the small differences in the pulsar detections were as small as like 9 nanoseconds or something, like something even smaller than that. So it was just a very impressive technical feat, and it wasn't just the National Science Foundation. It was a collaboration between a bunch of different countries, like the U.S., EU, I think Australia, China, I think India helped. I think there was an African component too. So it was a very good international effort to measure background gravitational waves. So that was the news from space recently.
Nice. So basically, a telescope was created, quote unquote, basically using objects that already exist in space. So we didn't shoot any like giant objects out there. We were using using a natural phenomena in order to study very minute changes in, you said, space-time.
Yeah.
Now that's kind of an interesting concept. Do you want to, like, what is space-time?
Okay, so I think there's a very good way to describe it. So if you've ever been on a trampoline, you'll notice that if you just stand on it, or if you place a heavy object on it, it will sort of deform and stretch the space around it. And normally you might think that like the shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line, but if you were to, like, for example, put a bowling ball in the middle of the trampoline and then throw a baseball also onto the trampoline and wait for a little bit, what you'll find is that the baseball sort of orbits the what is it? The bowling ball, the thing I used in this example. Because when you curve the trampoline like that, the shortest distance between any 2 points is actually a curved line, not a straight line. And so the basic idea is that the weight of the bowling ball deforming the trampoline is sort of akin to what we see in our universe, where the mass of very heavy objects like, you know, the sun or like a supermassive black hole actually like stretches and compresses three-dimensional space in our universe. It's a very weird concept, but what happens is gravitational waves, as previously mentioned, are just, you know, long-term stretching and compressing like a sound wave of this space-time, if that at all makes sense.
A little bit. If you haven't noticed, the game is basically going to force me to do the galactic adventure thing, so that's what we're doing right now. We're going to go do this quick little mission at a spaceport, which basically involves the space stage becoming the creature stage again, where you can just kind of walk around. And I spent so much time when I was a kid messing around with the mission creator and all the tools that they give you to like make all kinds of really cool sets for stuff. If I do a third Spore stream, which I'm not gonna promise, just because I don't want to commit to too much. But if we do another one, we should definitely in between them make little missions, put people in situations, because it's surprisingly complex. We gotta talk to the Space Authority. And as we do missions, we will unlock weapons for our Captain Brumpint. Next time you want to go on an adventure, don't bother asking your own folks, though. Visit other empires, they all have missions for you, many of which will be planetary adventures. This is Will Wright directly speaking to me and telling me how to play his game. Who else I gotta talk to? Whee! The merchant. Cool. Yeah, so if I haven't made this clear before, physics really escapes me. Because what I focus on is a much different scale. And even when we start talking about geological processes and tectonics and trying to visualize uplift on a landscape, that starts to become too big for me. So to talk about using pulsars as an instrument for measuring space is a scale that is just not compatible with my brain as I understand things. I'd have to probably take a lot of illicit substances and sit down and watch Interstellar before even trying to comprehend any of that. I probably should have done that before attempting physics in college. Would you generally recommend that for physics students?
I've heard it's a pretty good movie, and I've also heard that the physics in it is surprisingly accurate. So take of that what you will.
Cool. I have not seen it, so... We got another captain. Whoa, he's so cool. Hey kiddo, I just got back from Gamma Mega 9 and busted an illegal Spoffit poaching league. Those cheeky guzzards won't be causing any more trouble. Are these slurs? You want to be a space captain, huh? Well, the road isn't going to be easy and danger lurks on every planet. Let me tell you how to get started. Oh, thank you. Perfect. I gotta say, maximum creature... Still banging. We did a great job with that. Okay. We did our mission. And now there's a dance sequence. Choose our reward. Okay. Here's where Chad needs to make some decisions for us. What reward do we want? We have Bladed Knuckles, Toxic Crystal, Compact Generator, Invigorator, Ducal Cape, Harpalizer, Sprint Pack, and Protecto Shell. I think we have to go with Bladed Knuckles. I'm assuming none of that is on screen yet, is it? Okay, well, let's do Bladed Knuckles. Gotta report back to Hell Planet. So something else that really struck me when we were watching that live stream, and something that always strikes me when looking at like new developments in physics and stuff, is that there are certain sciences that are completely off the hook as far as having to justify. I mean, from an outsider's perspective, I'm completely comfortable with the fact that other people in these fields may dispute it, but when you work in natural history, it's like economic output is so non-obvious, and I mean, to be completely clear, it supports like a multi-billion-dollar film industry, But we don't ever see any of that money, and there's no direct way for us to benefit from it. And so when you start talking about how much money it will take to do particular projects, even just run a dig, it's not that expensive to run a dig comparatively. You know, at least compared to the prices you see of like a fossil on auction. It'll be like millions and millions of dollars for a fossil, and so you might assume that like this is an expensive, lengthy process. But I mean, field paleontology is one of the cheapest sciences out there, and yet we have some of the most difficulty actually getting funds to get this work done. There is so much left to do in paleontology. We have not figured out almost anything about our planet yet. But it's very difficult to convince the people who have the money, which are universities, grants, foundations, and so on and so forth, including the NSF. It's very hard to convince people to actually put that money towards it. And so it's always just striking watching you know, these other fields that don't ever have to justify, like, why are we spending money on learning about gravitational waves and all this, which I assume cannot have been cheap. You're supporting, you know, high school students all the way through PhDs in multiple countries. Obviously there's a lot of money involved here, but people do it for the sake of understanding the universe, and there's something about that people kind of inherently gel with. You know, it's like, well, what do you mean, why are we trying to understand fundamentals about the universe? It's because we're scientists and we study we study this for the purpose of understanding the universe better. Like, it's just a non sequitur. Like, we do this because we do this. That's what science is. We don't have to have an economic justification. And no, I mean, no sweat at all. Jealousy, obviously, but I think it's great for people who don't have to justify to the government, you know, why understanding space is important in the way that, like, trying to explain why understanding the lower Jurassic of Arizona is important. So we've got some religious freaks that have appeared in our space neighborhood that are demanding 100,000 Spore bucks, and I'm just gonna ignore it. I assume they're gonna attack me before too long, but I don't really care. Okay, it's telling me to colonize another planet, but I don't have another pack, and it's not letting me buy another. Did I break the game already? Oh wait, no, I do have others. Alright, perfect. No spice on this planet. Spiceless. No reason to put a colony down. We have discovered a wild planet. Ooh. So, in the game, there are some planets that, I mean, like, the entire known universe, as far as we know in this moment, that are just completely devoid of life. In order to make the game interesting, I'd say a good, probably 20-30% of the planets in Spore's galaxy actually have like living things to some degree or another. Maybe it's more than that. So it's entirely possible that we will encounter all of the silly little creations. Before the stream, I was creating a ton of creatures with the hope that I would encounter them. I haven't seen any yet, but I will definitely call it out if and when I do. I kind of forget if, like, creating creatures after you've already reached the space stage will populate your game with those creatures, or if it's kind of locked in. Hopefully not. Rita said in the chat, what's new in the canon for the Earth fandom? I think it's so... there's a very strange disconnect where a lot of people will use terms like, it's not a hypothesis, it's a headcanon, right? Kind of use like literary terms to refer to science. Which I thought was very funny up until I started seeing like teenagers and young kids like using that terminology instead of like, oh, I mean, I headcanon that you know, Dracorex isn't Pachycephalosaurus, and it's like, wait, you headcanon that? Let's see. Let's make a wildlife sanctuary on this planet. Why not? To be quite honest, I haven't spent too much time lately talking to kids about what kind of science education they're even getting. I'm quite worried, and my co-host will chime in every now and again when I say, like where I live in Arizona, we are consistently in the bottom of the nation as far as education goes. So I am used to seeing a collapsed educational system working at minimal capacity. And I'm kind of afraid that that's going to be more common, that because there's all these like pushes to ban books, and I mean, science is chronically underfunded everywhere. I hope there are places out there where kids are getting like genuinely good science education and that you're learning about things like evolution. But it's obviously it dominates the news anytime, like, I mean, books get banned. In my high school, because we have a lot of religious people on the school board already, our biology textbooks were edited. They had pages ripped out in like the parts that cover sexual reproduction. And specifically, they wanted to remove any reference to the fact that a pregnancy could be medically terminated for reasons that should be obvious, because there are people who believe that you shouldn't be allowed to make that choice. And they apparently can't keep that opinion to themselves and aren't content just not getting abortions for themselves. They want to force that choice on everybody else. And one of the ways, so like going after school boards is a way that happens. And getting highly political appointments to those school boards is one way that you do that. But there's also this push basically everywhere to gut public schools, which are held to a standard. And those standards, because they have to keep on par with the rest of the world that does teach like evolution, climate, you know, competent math. I have no idea what it's like to have a competent math education growing up, because I certainly did not. Our home world is being attacked by pirates. but I think they were blown out of the sky because this planet is incredibly well armed. Okay. Whatever floats your boat. So anyway, in this state anyway, the undermining of the educational system, definitely the way that they have been going about that is by attacking public schooling and try to make private school the only viable option for getting a real education. And I'm not going to name any names because I don't harbor any ill will against kids who grew up more privileged than me, as long as they obviously don't. I'll put an asterisk to that statement. There are people in particular that I'm thinking of, but this is all dumb luck in life, right? It's not their fault that they grew up with more privilege than I did, and it's not my fault that I grew up with more privilege than other people. You just have to acknowledge it and think critically about how you can make things better for the next generation. And some people do make a really solid point of that, but the difference in my field between people who come out of rural areas and, you know, states out west like Utah, Montana, Arizona, places that, I mean, the Dakotas, places that have great fossil resources and no public education. They don't get that foot up that's necessary to become a researcher. There's just not people in their lives who are putting the time, you know, towards improving their skills. They just don't have the resources available to them. So the difference could not be starker between people my age, we'll say in the early 20s, early to mid 20s, one of which grew up in the South and had to basically learn all these things themselves and had to seek out mentorship on their own, had to, you know, learn things from this kind of scattered system of scientists to support them. Is this my colony? Did I do that? Oh no, this is that's where that spaceport is. Can I colonize this system anyway? Ooh, I can. I'm just gonna claim this star system because I feel like it. Kleptomania. Yeah, so people in their early 20s, some of which have not gone to scientific conferences before, which is an incredibly crucial, like, component of this thing, of becoming a scientist, is going to conferences and talking to other people. It does wonders for your career to just get in a room with other people who do and want to do the same thing that you do, and talk to them about how did you do this, where did you go, who can I talk to do the same things. These guys are cool. They just gave us $10,000. The aliens in this game basically either want money from you or are just giving money away, and there really isn't any in between. So what's the biggest thing you've noticed, I'll say, just to kind of kick it off? What, like, really stands out to you, having gone to an Arizona public school for 4 years and kind of seeing and talking to people who grew up in this public education system that's been severely underfunded? Like, what really stands out to you as far as, like, how people are affected?
Yeah, so just to give some context, I was born and raised in Pennsylvania, so I got a public Pennsylvania education, which I don't think is typically considered a bad education system. It's a pretty good education system from what I understand.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Ivy League schools in Pennsylvania.
We do. But I think the biggest thing that I noticed was probably like the writing skills. Like, I feel like there's a huge difference in writing ability. Because I took AP English my last 2 years of high school, my junior and senior year. And I remember my junior year class was all just like writing. Like every single like week we had to write a 5-paragraph essay about some different topic, and we were scored on an AP scale where like realistically a 0 is impossible, so like essentially a 1 to 9 scale, and I would consistently be rated like 6, sometimes 7. But then, so like by like my high school standards, I was considered like kind of average, you know, maybe a little, you know, maybe a little better than average. But when I came to college here in Arizona, I don't know, it was, like, I don't think my writing improved all that much my first year I was here, but I had professors come to me and like legitimately say like, this is the best way I've ever heard anyone put this. You know, I had one former professor actually ask to quote me because they liked my response so much in a book they were writing or something.
Huh.
So like it's just weird, like knowing that like what I would consider like maybe like an 11th or 12th grade writing style, like average, you know, or like above average, like 11th and 12th grade writing style is equivalent to like one of the best like college freshman writing levels, if that makes sense. I don't know. I was always told in Pennsylvania that like I was a very average writer, but then I come here and like the Pennsylvania average is like top of the class Arizona, which is a little concerning to me. Because like I've had people, I've worked in a few tutoring positions, and some people just like don't know like what a 5-paragraph essay even is. And like that was like standard by like 9th grade, I feel, in Pennsylvania. So it just feels like there's at least like a 2-year like gap, like 2 to 4 year gap between the levels there.
Rita says, did you peer review essays in your English class?
Did I peer review in my English class? Which English class?
I'm presuming she means, well, I'm guessing you did do peer review both in high school and in college, right?
Peer
review essays?
Yeah, I do think I've done it in both, but I feel like there was a much heavier emphasis on peer review in college. But yeah, I see what you're saying, but I unfortunately can't give you too much information because it's technically a little confidential. But we have a friend in the history department who
might be in the chat right now.
Who might be in the chat. I don't know. I don't think so, but who TAs for a history class. Or it might have been something else, actually. It might have been a different department, but he TAs for a class, and the prompt is like something like, go to this website, read one of the articles, one of the pages, and write an article about, the researchers, what are they researching? Why is it important? What are their major findings? And this person sends back an absolutely incomprehensible piece of writing. And it's like the prompt was simple enough where, like, people who are in college but not in the major, for example, like me and you, we could understand it. We could understand the prompt and probably give a sensible, response without being experts in the field. But this person who is at the same level of education as us sends back this like they must have completely misinterpreted something somewhere. And I will always remember that, I don't know, it was just a very strange response of the prompt. It may have been AI generated for all we know. I never even considered that as a possibility.
This would have been a little early for that. But that is definitely one of the contenders. And I could not be clearer, just in case anyone in the chat who is in college and maybe needs advice, that ChatGPT is probably the worst thing you could use as like an assistant. What it's good at is like mimicking structure. ChatGPT knows what a 5-paragraph essay is. I should say that, I did have a public education in this state that hates public education. So a lot of resources obviously were not available to me. But we did 5-paragraph essays. I was doing them as far back as like 5th grade. And yeah, as Rita points out, a lot of students just do not care. And that's got to be part of it, is that there's just no motivation to get better at writing. If you're just like biding your time until it's legal for you to stop being in school, definitely I can understand why, write a whole bunch of text about this thing you don't care about. That's hard to do, and it's hard for teenagers to make themselves do it. But the fundamental thing here, I've got a couple of points that I'm almost certainly going to forget to come back to, but it is more important than ever to know not just how to read, but how to write things in, like, write a coherent, like, message, and understand, like, how to, like, address a question, because everything is in text now. We're on the internet all the time, so you're writing emails, you're writing messages. A lot of people's entire jobs are done by email, and besides, like, Zoom calls, they almost never have, like, other kinds of social and, like, speaking skills. Speaking skills were another huge thing that were emphasized to me in school. And speaking, obviously, knowing how to actually, like, speak convincingly, it's a different skill, and it's another very good one to have. But I don't understand how the motivation to, like, know how to speak well, know how to write convincingly and write coherently. If you don't see how that isn't beneficial to you, I don't know what to say. Everything is written now. And if you don't want to read, how are you, like, scrolling through social media all day, I guess if you're just sticking to, like, visual-based mediums, it doesn't matter to you either, but it's such a fundamental part of how we still communicate, and it puts you at a disadvantage in basically no matter what you do. Rita says, laziest Google attempts I ever saw. I genuinely think I saw someone submit screenshots from the website they were trying to plagiarize instead of a text file. That's incredible. I guess Rita can also speak to this. The level of computer skills a lot of people have, and it's not just like older generations who didn't grow up with computers. Like young kids are terrible, I've noticed, with certain technical skills. If you ask them to like sort files, they have no idea how to do it. What's up?
I just want to add into this conversation is personal security. Children do not know the first thing about like keeping yourself safe on the internet.
Yeah, seriously.
Because everyone just assumes that like child filters and stuff and like automatic AI sensors will work. Like there are kids out there just putting their full face, address, phone number, name, all of that just out there.
Yeah.
Like they don't know, like you pick a pseudonym, pick a little website name, pick a username that's different from your real name and use that.
Yeah.
They don't know.
In particular, depending on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, don't post your address online anywhere, ever. That's just inviting trouble.
I don't know why you would.
I don't know.
Can you guys hear August? August. Oh, now you stop screaming. August. August. Is it dinner time? I really hope the mic picked that up. Hi, August.
It was actually just...
Cool. So, yeah, there's so much to unpack. We mentioned the AP scale. If you're not from the U.S.
I forgot there might be some non-U.S. people here.
Yeah.
Can I explain AP? This is...
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello. So basically...
I'm going to fight a galactic war real quick. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so AP is short for Advanced Placement. And basically, how it worked in my school is there was like... there were like 4 levels. There was like the normal tier class. Then there was also like the honors version of it, and then above that there was the AP. Okay, and the whole point of AP was essentially to be like at the college level. It was supposed to be college level content taught in a high school environment, and it's offered for a bunch of things like certain languages, English, physics, a bunch of math, chemistry, history, art, history. I think I already said history. But pretty much any of the like major topics you could learn in a school had an AP version. Oh, and then below normals there was also like the remedial, essentially, to put it nicely. So we had remedial, normal, honors, AP, although they weren't called that. But basically, yeah, I think Rita's getting to a very good point that I'm coming up on too, is that these classes are not like technically provided by the school. They're provided by a private company.
Yeah. The college board is not a government entity.
It is a private for-profit company that, in addition to running the AP classes, also runs the SAT and the ACT, which are like the big college admission tests that high schools run that you usually take in like 11th and 12th grade.
Yeah.
I would say 11th grade, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, private for-profit company, but it's essentially meant to provide a standardized like standardized curricula for these things so that there's like a common framework going into college, if that's what you plan to do after high school. But yeah, honestly, I think I had significantly more fun in AP classes generally.
Yeah, Rita says the same thing. We had three types of classes: normal, honors, and AP. AP classes were kind of cool education-wise, but that was due to my well-funded school and not any of the AP content. So, again, if you're not from the U.S., and some of the people that I work with, one of my supporters on Patreon, she's in China, and we talk a little bit about like path forward into education. She's interested in coming to the U.S. to study in college. She's only just entered high school. And so we're comparing like standardized tests, and she's like, how does this compare to like what an American student is doing? And like everything is so different in parts of the world that it really seems like kind of the rest of the world has this standardized system of your primary school, your secondary school, your A levels, and then you go to university. I think, it's an entirely different system that I haven't really studied super closely. And here in the U.S., again, if you're not from here, you might not necessarily know that like this is kind of like 50 smaller countries smushed together, and there's a lot of stuff that is not standardized, and it basically rests on the College Board, which again I only figured out until I was in college. It's a private company. It's not like a government program at all. Private entity that is responsible for providing kind of the infrastructure to standardize things. And that's to make it so that a student from Pennsylvania can come to a school in Arizona, and we all have at least like a minimum understanding of like basic science, basic education, basic literacy, basic math. And the AP is a way for students on those different levels to kind of like complete a college course before going to college, which saves you money. In a lot of places in the world, college not only doesn't cost you money, you like get government stipends to go and study in school, because there are societies out there where you don't have to justify why science matters, or why like art matters. It's crazy how like in this country, if you get an art degree, it's like
It's a death sentence.
It's a death sentence, and it's like open range on your ass, where like you can be criticized very heavily, and basically like any financial issues that you have are considered to be your own fault if you choose to produce art, which is something that is, I mean, core to culture. We don't have any form of entertainment. We don't have any form of advertisement if we don't have art and artists and graphic design. And I mean, what do you do with a society that like art for art's sake, science for science sake isn't a good enough justification? Like, I don't know what you even say necessarily. Rita says, art is so bad here for real outside of independent artists who starve because of it. We, in the Popero Empire, have accepted the word of Spode, and you have not. What could we possibly have in common? Wait, perhaps some money could end this war. Should I give them money to not exterminate them? I think we should just conquer their homeworld. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Give it the old college try. Yeah, so if you're working from a standing point, I'm just gonna get exploded. I don't think I'm leveled up enough for this. Okay. Paying them off is easier and you get badges faster. Well, I do want to unlock stuff faster. What's up?
Hi.
Hi. Would $800,000 make you happy?
Yes.
I didn't ask you. Who wouldn't want $800,000? But yeah, like, within this country, there's not much consistency in the education that you get. The AP is kind of the only thing we have to lean on, and even that, you know, if you don't have a good program, if you don't have a good teacher that's not sticking to the principles at all, you know, you're not going to stand a chance on this in taking this exam, because it's not just enough to take the class. You also, at the end of it, have to prove that you learned something and perform well enough to basically have this company say, yeah, you've accomplished the equivalent of an introductory college course. And doing AP courses saved me so much time and money. I knew it at the time that this was a good, like, financial choice, but seriously, it makes all the sense in the world. If you're going to college, take AP classes, because you're going to have to do them eventually, and it saves you money and time. Once you're in college, especially when you're in your, like, junior year and you're trying to figure out an exit strategy, and you have to, like, take English 101, you're gonna wish you had, like, done that and gotten that out of the way in high school, where the stakes are lower. It's easier, I would say. I did AP Literature and AP English. So I don't know, like, how hard an introductory college English course is, but it's certainly, like, not what you want to spend your time doing, I guess. Unless you're an English major. But if you're an English major, you probably already took those AP courses, because you're in college and you want to get right to the meat of the thing and not mess around for the first few years, you know, just trying to get your bearings with the basics. You want to hit the ground running. But there's a financial component to this, not just to get into college, but also, like, the AP exams cost money.
Yeah. You want to know how much they cost when I took them? $92 per test.
Yeah.
$92. Although I think it's up to like $94 at least now. Although
that's...
there are some schools in Arizona.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
There are some schools in Arizona where they will pay for the AP tests, and they get funding based off of how well students do on AP tests. So they highly incentivize all of their students to take like 14, 15, 16, 17 AP tests in 4 years of college. Or 4 years of high school, sorry.
And by some schools, we of course mean private, or it's a public charter is what they keep saying, which means it's a private school that takes government money.
Yeah.
Which is nonsense. The whole point of a public school is that it's paid for out of tax money, which means that, you know, it's accountable to certain standards. A public charter is not held to the same, like, quality of education standards as a public school, but they still get our tax money in order to teach. And in the case that we're talking about, it was a perfectly good school, and our peers definitely got a leg up by going there. But there's also plenty of schools in Arizona that are religious charters, and the reason why they don't want to support public schools, or why they want to take money away from public schools, is because they don't want to teach evolution. They don't want you learning anything in the social sciences that contradicts, Christian ideals, or like decenters the Christian view of the world. We have stumbled across a mysterious object.
What mysterious object would that be?
It's a big mask. I don't think I can even pick it up right now.
A big mask?
Yeah. It's just an artifact. I'm gonna leave that for later. An artifact. Sick Webkins reference.
Have you ever played Webkins?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I've played Webkins too.
Wow. There's gonna be a time when that'll date us.
Yeah.
It'll just be like, oh my god, you're old.
Yeah. I also played a lot of Pop Tropica and a lot of Club Penguin.
Classics. I was on Newgrounds. We played, what was it called? Crush the Castle, which was, for all intents and purposes, literally just Angry Birds, but it came out years and years beforehand.
I was a big fan of Bloons.
I never played that.
I love that game.
We gotta beam down a carnivore. I got the Zoologist 1 badge. I can make crop circles now.
Woo! Make a crop circle right now.
I don't think you can do that. Oh no, I can.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it didn't do anything. Ooh, I think we're getting
Incoming
our latest
transmission.
issue of Threats. Let me save the game real quick.
If you want to date me exactly, if you are a historian or anthropologist in the future, listening in on this for research, I was born in the year 2000 for reference.
And your address is
No.
1 2
No.
3 4.
Exactly. My name is Walter Hartwell White.
My name is Skylar White, yo.
Do not sell marijuana
To my
to
husband.
my husband.
So that's how we get into the situation where we have people entering college in this country who you don't even really know where to start. Just to put it as, look, I don't want people to feel dumb, because that just demotivates them to, like, it demotivates people to try, and you have to try in order to get better at things. And so I don't want to do or say things that discourage them. If you're behind in skills, it's okay to acknowledge that. And the obvious solution is to is just to keep trying. You have to get better through practice. So that's why I don't, it's so tempting for people, I think too tempting, to just say, well, Americans are stupid, Arizonans are stupid, everybody's a lost cause. And it's certainly not the case. I don't think people are inherently that way, and whatever. To a certain extent, like, clearly having someone to guide you and having the resource available to you has serious implications for how well you do in school and in life. But yeah, I mean, I was a TA as well, technically a student preceptor, because the geosciences department at the University of Arizona does not allow undergraduate TAs. So I was a student preceptor, and I did not get paid for my labor. But yeah, I mean, it was my responsibility to explain things about paleontology to students, and we started off the year looking at what everyone's major was and saying, okay, almost all of you are computer science people who have no background in either biology or geosciences. In order to succeed in paleontology, you have to kind of know both of those things. So, you know, I started out just by saying, yeah, I know you got paid. I didn't, because it was a department difference. It's like department policy. Again, because there's less money going to geosciences than there are into computer science. So yeah, there are definitely cases where it just has to come down to, like, this isn't important to you, like, you're here for some other reason. Like, this is a prerequisite class that you need in order to do something that's more important to you, and so you're kind of phoning it in. I hope that's the case, because, I mean, I've definitely seen essays and test exams that's just like, what on earth are you talking about? Did you literally not pay attention at all in class? Like, and then by then we were hitting into, like, the pandemic, and that, I mean, that changed everything. Everything in education is different now, and so what I'm talking about is going to be an extremely dated understanding of how, like, public education works. It's undoubtedly different now in ways that I don't understand, probably. But it introduced this huge stressor into people's lives that was extremely demotivating for students. A lot of people lost family members during the pandemic, lost friends. Lots of people were just orphaned by the pandemic. And so, I mean, yeah, how do you convince a kid that, like, writing this 5-paragraph essay is the most important thing they can do right now when, like, maybe one of their parents is dead, and it's really not your business to, like, ask, like, hey, you're bad at doing this. Do you have, like, did you have, like, a family death or something? Or, like, are you just phoning it in? Do you not care? There's so many boundaries in the student-teacher relationship that make those kinds of questions, like, certainly discourage, in a lot of cases, like, genuinely inappropriate. But it's hard not to try to reach people and figure out, like, what is not clicking here. Is it a confidence thing? I think a lack of confidence is a huge part of it. That because people aren't encouraged to practice, and they don't get enough experience doing things well and doing things correctly, everything is just, you know, meet this requirement, you know, rush to get it done, do no more than what's required. You don't get practice, you don't get enough practice, you know, with this stuff to get confidence, and then you don't have the confidence to move forward and do new things. That was a huge part of why I continue to struggle to this day with math, is that we were being taught with basically homemade worksheets that I'm sure the teacher was probably writing the night before they were assigned. So they're kind of like in a, what do they call that? Red Queen situation, where it's some Alice in Wonderland reference, where you're just struggling to stay on top of things, and you're never getting ahead, and so you're just barely scraping by on lesson after lesson. It's no wonder that years later you end up in a class that's way above your head, and you're not getting any help to figure out what's different. I mean, how to how to move forward. Not just complete stuff, but actually improve. But, you know, being a teacher, because, like, I watched my mom do it for years and years, it's something that doesn't super appeal to me, which is why, you know, it's why I'm trying to work with teachers and not with students directly, because it's an entirely different skill to navigate those, like, really tricky, like, crossing the personal professional boundary with a minor to say, like, hey, is everything okay at home? To really show up in the way that students need, but without pissing off parents who are getting increasingly, like, vicious about anything that their kid encounters in school that they don't like. They're gonna make a huge problem out of it. I love cheating. I've got so much money, I can do anything I want with. In the game, not in real life. How's it going out there?
It is a wonderful temperature.
Really? So it was really hot this morning.
It was, but it cooled off.
Cool. For viewers in the future, yesterday was
insane.
Yesterday was the first day of monsoon down here in southern Arizona, which is a momentous occasion because it starts to break the heat spell. We've been having, obviously, record heat across the world and across the southern United States, but yeah, here in Arizona, we're breaking heat records. This monsoon was the third latest start in recorded history. Normally, we would have been having storms for at least a week or two now. Yeah, the monsoon finally arrived. Monsoons are not just seasonal storms. It involves a reversal in hot-cold cells. Ooh, we got a little war going on down there. And it can be really wacky depending on, like, how much moisture is available to actually rain, because sometimes all you get is dust and high winds. That's what a haboob is. Particular type of weather system that we only really see here in the desert. So a lot of places in Arizona just got walloped with sand and dust. We got rained. So I could kind of see in the clouds that, like, yeah, we might start getting some weather. It had rained a little bit while I was swimming a couple nights before. So I was like, all right, yeah, today might be the day. I'm going to try to get some things done before we have to worry about worry about the storm. And of course, it begins while I'm walking to the trash can. And so I kind of shelter underneath a parking structure for a little while until I decide, all right, well, every year I just decide to go on a walk in the rain, sometimes multiple times a year, because it really is that good. Like, it just rules. It just rules when you've been having 110 degree heat for weeks on end, and then it's just like freezing cold and wet everywhere. Thank you. I've got my ramen.
I added a couple green onions to it.
Thank you. Hi, August. 6 concurrent viewers now. Hello, everybody. My name is not Markiplier. I have never watched a Markiplier video. I really know almost nothing about him.
I'm sorry.
I'm
gonna reveal a cringe trait about myself. I was a huge Markiplier fan for like many years straight. Like we're talking like 2012 to like.
I don't think you've ever done anything straight.
Yo, $69 million.
Yeah, I got $69 million. And what?
And no bitches.
Oh, hey! Guys in the chat. Look who we got in the chat.
Hi there. Whoa.
Hi.
Avery.
No, that's Zane. Zane's in VC, Avery's in chat.
Oh.
Zane, you're super quiet. That's better. He just coughed really loud. We're just talking about, like, education in Arizona and how...
Oh, I know a lot about that.
Yeah. What
It fucking sucks.
Let me think of a prompt I can say to just kind of get you talking so I can quietly sit here and eat my ramen. We were talking about the differences between public education in AZ, public education in Pennsylvania, and then your private charter.
Oh yeah.
And like
Okay.
the differences in like quality of like
Sure.
I mean, we were specifically talking about like writing, people's writing ability.
Yeah.
And ability to like communicate ideas. So if you've got a rant ready to go, by all means, be my guest.
Oh, I've got.
Or maybe introduce yourself briefly.
I've got about
in any
1,000 rants.
in any degree
Hi, my
that you
name
want
is
to.
Zane Rossi. I just graduated with my degree in history and ecology, but specifically, I'm training to be a teacher. That's gonna be my job for the rest of my life forever.
Until you die.
Probably until I die, because I'm never gonna. Well, yeah, no, I guess I'll die in the water war too if it comes to that. Okay. Anyway, so I spent a lot of time thinking about education, especially education in Arizona, because that's where I live and where I will teach. But anyway, that out of the way, Arizona's public education system sucks for a number of reasons, but the main one is because it has no money. So basically, Arizona does this really cool thing where it allows charter schools to take public funds and be this thing called a public charter school. Okay? And what a public charter school is it is a school that gets public funding, but which sets its own curriculum. It doesn't set like a district curriculum. Obviously, in order to graduate from it, you have to fill like the minimum Arizona requirements and things, but it's meant to be like another option for it's sold to the Arizona public as another option, basically.
People who champion this kind of thing use the term school choice. We just want people to have choice in where they go to school.
Choice, yes. And it wasn't always this way. I remember growing up and my parents always talking about how it's really weird that you can choose where you go to school. So I grew up in Prescott, Arizona. But specifically, I lived in Prescott Valley, Arizona, which is a different town. But I never, ever went to school in Prescott Valley, Arizona. I went to school in Prescott my whole life because the schools in Prescott were better. My parents always thought that was weird because when they were kids, they had to go to the school that was in their district, right? So you live somewhere and you go to public school there. And they were also very weirded out about like how shitty public school was. So my background is that I'm a trust fund baby. So my grandparents paid for me to go to a private elementary school.
Wow.
Because they were so worried about my my education. Okay, so I went to a private elementary school called Primavera, and then for middle school I went to the public middle school. Okay, and the difference in quality of education is simple, and you can literally it all comes down to the amount that teachers are paid, the amount of money that teachers get for their classrooms, and the number of students per teacher. And you can graph all of those things having a positive correlation with good student outcomes and good educational success. So I went from a school that had like 10, 12 students per teacher
That's crazy.
to like, I don't know. I mean, probably upwards of 200 students per teacher. Right? I went from a school that obviously had a ton of money because all my classmates' parents were like doctors and shit, right? And the tuition was fucking insane, right?
How much was it?
So we didn't pay the full amount because we got like a discount because my parents didn't make enough to like send me to that school, obviously. But the full price tuition, I think, is $35,000 a year.
Cool. That's more than my college education.
So what
in
you
total.
pay-
In
yeah.
total.
Yeah. So I mean, if you pay like out of state tuition somewhere, so yeah, it's a lot. Again, obviously not every student paid that much. There were a lot of students there who like they had like a program where you could like waive the tuition, or you could get it severely reduced. Like it was kind of like a hippie school, I guess. That's how I would describe it. Like all the teachers and the people were all hippies.
Liberals.
Yeah, it was. They were all like this. That's where all the Democrats in town sent their kids. But anyway, like yeah, it's cost prohibitive. But my best friends, both of them, one of them never paid any tuition, and the other one paid, I think, basically. I mean, I don't know how much he paid, but I know that he had it severely reduced. My tuition was reduced. But if you could afford it, then yeah, they asked you to pay $35,000. Anyway, that's all to say that it is very expensive to educate a child, especially a young child. But it gets even more expensive as they get older, or you get different kinds of expenses. That's because education is hard, and no one wants to do it.
But everyone's got opinions about how it should be done.
Yes, everyone has opinions about how it should be done. And that's called pedagogy, and I could talk about pedagogy forever, but that's not really what this discussion is about. The fact of the matter is that irrespective of what pedagogy you're using, you need money and you need resources to educate students. So when you see public schools in Arizona, they are understaffed, meaning they don't have enough support staff. Those are like administrators, janitors, anyone else.
Nurses is a big one. Counselors.
Counselors, they don't have any of that shit. And they also don't have enough faculty. That's because teachers in Arizona don't make enough money to live.
Quick question.
Yeah.
How common are resource officers in Arizona? Because my school had a resource officer, which, if you don't know, is literally just a police officer from the local police force is like loaned out to the school specifically.
So I don't know about the bigger cities. I grew up in Prescott. I don't think any school in Prescott had a resource officer.
I did.
I would assume that they have gotten more common as time has gone on. simply because school shootings and people are really worried about it. Yeah, again, we could talk about how that's kind of a microcosm of the fact that all of the city's budget goes towards the police. So our safety preventative measures have to be the police because that's where all of our money's going. But anyway, Arizona doesn't like to spend money on education, partially because we have this culture where we split education between public schools and public charter schools. Okay, those funds are being diverted a whole bunch of different places, as well as we also have a very strong belief that people should be allowed and encouraged to go to private schools, generally religious private schools. In Prescott, that was like always the second largest school in the area, was the private religious school.
Do you know anyone who went to those schools and like what their experience would have been like?
Yeah. I mean, I have friends who I went to high school with who went to private religious schools. Generally, you get better education there in terms of your ability, in terms of all of your cognitive abilities, like the things that you learn in school. Kids who came from the private religious schools were always better. Again, same with kids who went to the next school that I went to. So for high school, I went to a basis school. And if you don't live in Arizona or you don't know what basis is a public charter school here in Arizona. So like I explained, a public charter school is a school that sets its own curriculum but gets public funds. Now, they don't get as much public funds as a public school, but they do get public funds. So money that could be going towards, let's use Prescott as an example. Prescott High School, which was the public high school in Prescott. Some of those funds are being diverted away and going towards 3 or 4 public charter schools, one of which being Basis. There were other ones. My brother is currently at another one called Tri-City Preparatory. There's one called North Point, and there might be one more. Okay? These schools almost always boast smaller class sizes. They always have better ratios of student to kid.
What's the ideal ratio? Is it closer? So you mentioned earlier that like 1 teacher per 12 students is something you experienced.
That's 1 teacher per 12 is awesome. The ideal ratio is 1 to 1.
Yeah.
But that's not possible. So, really, you probably don't want 1 teacher to be responsible for like grading and interacting with and whatever for more than 90 students, maybe, right? 90 students would be 3 30-person classes. I'd say that'd be ideal for a teacher. Obviously, no one in Arizona is getting only 90 students.
No, I would say in my public school, and in my mom's school, where she was teaching middle school science, I would say it was always in the upper 20s when I was in elementary school, and it became like mid 30s by the time I was getting out of high school.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because class size is also another problem. Almost always, I don't know that there's many schools in Arizona or anywhere that will have classes, like individual classes, larger than 40 students. The reason for that is because it's actually not possible for a teacher to manage more than that in one class period. But what we got to think about, right, is that a teacher teaches multiple periods every day. So if a teacher is doing, I don't know, let's say the school requires them to do 8 credits per day. Okay? So one of those credits is your prep hour. One of them's probably lunch. Okay, so that gets rid of 2. You may or may not have one of them be like an extracurricular thing. So that leaves you with 5. So 5 times 40 is what?
Let's get our math major in chat.
200? That'd be 200 students.
Correct.
Now, some of those students might be in multiple of your classes, but you don't get to count them only once if they're in 2 classes. You have to count them twice because you have to grade their papers, right? Anyway, so it's a lot of students, and it's very very difficult. Yeah, I'm looking in the chat. 80 to 20.
Avery's saying that his brothers went to...
his stepbrother went to, what was it called? Trinity, I think, was the religious one. Anyway.
They had Bible classes.
Yeah, well, that's another thing you get with religious schools is you get Bible classes, so...
Is Bible class different from, like, a theology course?
Yes, theology teaches you about religion. Bible classes is about studying the Bible.
Cool. So that sounds like church and not school, actually.
Yeah, that's church. It's church in school.
Here's a question for the chat.
It's a religious school, but that's just how it is.
Here's a question for everyone. Not to interrupt, because I'm loving hearing all of this, and if I can goad you into keep talking, I definitely want to.
It goes over the Bible and how to avoid sin.
Okay. Really useful life skills.
Useful skills.
Did anyone here have a seminary at their school? I'm going to take that as either a no or you're not sure what I mean.
No.
I don't think so, no.
So because of where I grew up, so again, people who aren't from Arizona might not know like the rural-urban divide. Phoenix is by far the most populous city in the state. It's also not... It's one city masquerading as 25 different suburbs, which all are their own independent things because everyone wants to have the freedom to set their very specific tax policies and whatever. So what functions as one gigantic sprawl is actually a bunch of different cities, some of which were founded as Catholic settlements. There's a lot of different, like, the old cities in Arizona that have nothing to do with this, like, recent spate in the last 20 years or so of just massive development for the sake of development, just because they can, because we figured out how to pump water into parts of the desert that weren't habitable for large populations beforehand. Anyway, a lot of these cities can either be like, this was founded by Catholic settlers or this was founded by Mormon settlers. I grew up in...
Sometimes they're Protestants.
Sometimes they're Protestants.
Prescott, they're Protestants.
I happen to grow up in a town that is very, very heavily influenced by the Mormon Church. That isn't to say that, like, it's a majority Mormon.
Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. No.
Yeah, it's technically it's persecution to call them Mormons. They call it a victory
That is true.
They call it a their president calls it a victory for Satan when they get called
Exactly.
Mormons.
Ooh, we should do it more often then.
Yeah. Yeah, and ranting about the Mormon Church is even farther away from what the like topic, the alleged topic of this stream is. Anyway, a seminary is outside of every single high school and I believe middle school as well, in the Gilbert public schools where I grew up. and it's basically a class where you go to church. It's not like a church school where the whole point is that it's a religious thing. It's like you are going to a public high school, but because of your faith, you have to take one class hour off to go to report to like a church authority to learn church topics. And this usually meant that the Mormon students, because this takes up this takes up time that's supposed to be devoted to one of your other courses that you have to finish in order to graduate. So in order to graduate on time, a lot of the Mormon kids had to come in during what we call 0 hour, so you have to come in like an hour before regular school starts. So anyway, seminary. It's not church in public schools. It's just a church technically just barely off property that everyone from this particular faith is more or less required to go to. So that's cool.
Yeah. So that's if you ever want to look at a place where like First Amendment separation of church and state gets very muddied, I would look at anything to do with schooling all over the country. But Arizona has a big thing.
Yep.
Utah too, especially Mormons. They love to. Anyway.
What were you gonna say?
We were.
Can I
talking
tell
about...
a very fun high school story?
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
So, I go to a public school. We receive government funds. And I'm part of a club known as the Gay Straight Alliance. I'm there because I'm obviously a straight ally.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
The straightest of allies.
Just a very good ally.
Really brave of you.
Not
Really
only
brave.
was I in it, I was the historian. I was an elected leader for it. But basically, I'm part of this club. No one really makes a fuss over it until one day, these two 12th graders tried creating the club Trojans for Life, which is a pro-life group that they wanted to create.
For context, Trojan would be the mascot of the school.
Yeah.
Whenever I hear Trojan, I think of condoms.
Not
yeah,
related
but
to
our school mascot was the
condom
Trojans, so they were
relation.
like Parkland students. Ooh, I shouldn't say that. Oops. The students for who are pro-life, and they were initially blocked by the administration. They're like, you can't call it this. You can't create this club because it's like overtly political. And they threatened to sue the school on like First Amendment grounds because they claimed that the school already allowed political groups such as, and they gave two examples, debate club, which I guess, they talk about political topics there, but the whole point is to debate both sides of it, not take a particular stance officially. And the other one, they said as a political club, is the Gay Straight Alliance Club.
That is true.
Gay people
the
are...
existence of gay people is political.
Fun stuff.
So that was awesome.
You asked me about the difference in the quality of like writing and being able to like express yourself in an intelligent way between like public schools and like across state lines and different funding levels.
Yep.
Okay, so in college I've spent a lot of time reading people's written work. And I can say with confidence that a lot of people are not very good at writing or expressing themselves intelligently at all. That's not a diss on anyone. I think that what's happened is a lot of students here at the University of Arizona are from Arizona.
That's your problem.
And that's the problem, is Arizona fundamentally fails the vast majority of its students. So, essentially, unless you are naturally incredibly gifted, I would say, and I don't like that term gifted, but unless you just kind of get it automatically,
or you're getting support from an older relative or private
you're getting
mentorship.
outside support, you're getting private tutoring, you are essentially, unless you are putting it, you and everyone around you, you have a support system to push you to become better at these things. The Arizona public school system is okay if you cannot write at an intelligible level. And this is a problem that Arizona has been scratching its head about forever. Arizona's kids are notoriously terrible at writing. And unfortunately, they won't see the obvious solution, which is that in order to teach someone to write, and to write intelligently, it requires a lot of work on the part of the instructor and on the part of the student. Unless you kind of automatically get it, it's not necessarily intuitive. I think that people think that there's like some kind of formula to be able to teach students to write. People think that it should be easy because it's just kind of the same thing as talking, but putting it on paper. And the truth is that writing skills are much more than just being able to write. Like, it's more than diction, it's more than grammar, although students have problems with those too.
Yeah.
The big problem, especially at a college level, and in general for a life skill, is the ability to think critically through writing. And what I mean by that is the ability to find sources, the ability to interpolate and interpret information, the ability to restate things in your own way, and the ability to look at something that is written down and to write your thoughts about how valid it is and to back up that claim with evidence.
Synthesize new ideas even.
Yeah. Create new ideas. What you get a lot of with even at college level writing is you get a lot of students reading off of a like some kind of study or something and summarizing it, and that's it. And the reason that that's what they do is because that's all you're required to do at the high school level in Arizona. Students in Arizona high schools, they are not expected to be able to think through writing. And I could talk about this is a huge problem for years, but it boils down to the fact that students need to be able to think critically and to be able to look at information and interpret information intelligently if they are going to go on and participate in society and be able to understand and be able to explain when something they're seeing is bullshit, especially in the modern world where 90% of the things you read on your cell phone are bullshit. I think a lot of people have innate understandings when they're being told bullshit, or when something's kind of fishy, you know?
Right. As long
But
as it's
being
something
able
they're
to-
somewhat familiar with.
Yeah, yeah. But being able to look at something when you don't have that, like, that inkling, that belief, and to be able to think through it, that's a skill you have to learn through writing, I think. That's my belief anyway. I think that writing is and I use writing very loosely, because when I think about writing, I think about expressing yourself in an analytical way. I don't think you necessarily have to be actually writing in order to do that. You can be making presentations. You can be like having a discussion like we're having now, right? Although this is more of a lecture than a discussion. But like a discussion. When I say writing, I'm thinking more about analytically thinking through things and expressing yourself analytically. That is the way you learn how to do these things. And students in Arizona are being failed because teachers in Arizona are being failed. And teachers in Arizona are being failed because, I mean, there's
no
not enough
money. There's no money and there's no support.
There's no money and there's no support. Exactly. The best teachers, not all of them, but a lot of very good teachers are pushed out of the profession simply because, I mean, you can't afford to start a family if you're a teacher.
And why stay here when you can literally cross a state boundary in any
Right.
direction? To California, to New Mexico, to Utah, to Colorado.
Not to mention that even if you're okay with the pay, you are often overwhelmed. You are expected to bear the brunt of everything as a teacher in Arizona. Not only are you responsible for teaching and all of the many headaches and things that come with that, oftentimes you are responsible for worrying about the well-being of your students.
Yep.
Because there's not the resources for you to go to someone and to tell someone about this, because there's no one to tell.
This is that big thing about not having in some of this. I mean, in my elementary school, I think we had one counselor total.
Right.
Maybe like a counselor and then an apprentice or whatever, but
a great deal of teachers in Arizona have taken on the personal responsibility, because no one else will, to provide some kind of food security to their students.
Yeah.
And that doesn't come out of the state budget. That comes out of the teacher's paycheck. Even at my bougie basis school, there were multiple teachers who had food and snacks in their classroom because there were students who didn't get food, and like that was a non-trivial part of the food they got during that day.
Right. And if you're not getting fed as a student, as a kid,
Yeah.
everything else is a non-starter. You're not paying attention to anything.
Yeah, talk about not doing our students a service. If your students are starving, not even starving, if you're hungry, have you ever been hungry in your life? Have you ever taken a class in high school right before lunch?
Yeah.
Do you remember anything from it? And now imagine that times 2. Always, right?
Yep.
Okay, well that's a burden that teachers bear often, because teachers know that if the students are fed, they might be able to get through to them better. And it sucks that they are the ones that have to bear that responsibility. It shouldn't be the teacher's responsibility to do that.
Right. Financial burden as well, obviously.
Yeah, obviously there's a financial burden there, which gets back to the fact that I will never be able to have kids. Not that I necessarily want kids, but if I wanted kids, I'd have to find another profession. There's no way I could ever afford it. Ever. Even if I was making the top of my salary, I could never afford to have a child.
Yeah.
Again, I've resigned myself to the fact that I'm not going to have a kid. I don't think I really want a kid. But that's a big thing for, believe it or not, a lot of people. I would say that most people actually probably want to have children. That's like kind of a thing that's baked into your biology, actually, is the desire to have children.
Your culture, certainly.
Your culture, too. You can't if you're a teacher in Arizona. And if you do have a kid, it's gonna suck. You better hope that you've got a spouse or someone else in the house who's bringing in more dough than you are.
That's how it worked in my family. My dad, who just works at the business factory, to severely flatten the life and career of Sherman Moeller. for all intents and purposes, he works at the business factory, right?
Right.
And he made, I'm not going to discuss my parents' salary on air, because God knows sometimes they find out about what I say, and then I have to answer to it. But, I mean, he was always making, I'd say at least 3 times her salary, despite the fact that she only really had, like, this was her main career, was education.
Right.
She did it before me and my brother was born. When we were born, they switched to running an educational supply store, because it's easier to take care of a kid.
Right.
And do that kind of job. You just kind of let them wander around the store, and when you need to put them down for a nap, you can just put them in the supply closet or in the break room or whatever. Then the recession happened, and they closed the business. It was probably the best financial decision they ever made, but she goes back to teaching. And there's supposed to be, like, pensions and all kinds of reassurances to support someone through one of those longer-term careers. You're not making as much as you want maybe in the first 5 years, but, you know, if you keep putting in the work as a government employee, at the end of, you know, your career, you should be able to retire with enough money to, and while you're doing it, be able to support your own student, your own children that you have beget of your own loins. But yeah, if anything had happened to my father while we were growing up, if anything happened to him now, we'd be completely screwed.
Mm-hmm.
What's up? Sorry, what's going on?
Did you hear that, Zane?
No.
Me talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, he can hear me.
Oh, okay. I can't.
What?
hear
Yeah,
you.
I can hear Ben.
What is it that you can't hear me through?
Oh, now I can.
Okay.
Okay.
We were-
Situation resolved.
We were having problems earlier in the stream. I'm going to have to put, like, a seizure warning or cut, like, the first hour and 30 minutes because the game was glitching out hardcore. So we're kind of keeping an eye on it. And we're almost at, my counter in the corner says 2 hours, 43 minutes. The first, I think, 10 straight minutes of that is just setup. So we're going on 2.5 hours so far of just terraforming in Spore. I didn't exactly plan to be talking about, like, the state of education, but we've got a great, like, this is definitely the crowd I would want to have to like, talk about that. And firsthand experience as, like, newly emerged students. We just all have basically, we're all kind of on those. We're finding other stuff to do. We've graduated. Some of us are taking detours to do other professional things before finishing a degree, or we finish degrees and are taking breaks before going into graduate school. And I mean, I think a lot about like how I compare as a student to my peers who came from other backgrounds. I kind of alluded to it earlier, but there are early career researchers in paleontology that are around my age in their early 20s who have dozens of papers published by now. I've only got 2. And for what it's worth, I was told pretty consistently that, like, yeah, you're in a great position. You got 2 papers out as an undergraduate, 2 published peer-reviewed papers, one of which I was a contributing author on, one of which I was the primary author. And the whole
Anyone
point...
who has more than 2 papers published as a fucking undergrad is insane. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. And basically, all other things controlled, I can't and, you know, shouldn't try to compare my inherent worth as a researcher to somebody else, because that's the path towards the sunken place. But, like, what's the difference? What did it come down to? I went to a public school where everything I learned about my career that I have now had to come from the outside, had to be personally, the bill had to be footed by my family. There wasn't any public money that was being thrown around to invest in young scholars in that way.
Yeah.
It doesn't help that, like, I picked the stupidest career possible to try to, like, be financially stable in the 21st century.
Yeah, that was kind of a dumb decision on your part.
But it really kind of wasn't a decision of mine. I just, like, found out very early on what I was going to have to do. This is just, like, the thing I'm gonna do for the rest of my life. And learned the hard way over time, like, oh, this is gonna be extremely hard. But I mean, there's no better thing to demonstrate, like, the gulf in productivity that, like, I did the best that I could. I got a lot of support from my community, but there was only so much that they could do for me. Whereas some of these privately educated kids from the East Coast, there's a pretty big divide, I will say. There's a pretty big divide between East Coast education and, like, everybody else. I won't say West Coast education, because obviously the University of California system is, you know, they're huge. And, like, Oregon and Washington, at least in the biological sciences, they've got lots of good stuff. But, like, a lot of these other states that didn't start out with these massive endowments for public education, states that didn't start out with, like, a desire to provide public education in the first place, we're just behind, and it hurts all of us in generational ways. You know, if we fixed our education system overnight tonight, we increase per student spending in Arizona by an insane degree, we hire a bunch of new teachers, all of the economic and social problems that drive teachers to have to be the one to provide nutrition for their students, which is so, like, in an ideal world, I would say, in order to maintain a healthy relationship between a student and, like, a pupil and a teacher, there should never be, like, a teacher should never be providing that kind of support. You should never be reliant upon someone who has educational authority over you. This is my anarchist coming out, which Zane will be able to sympathize with.
But, I mean, you're right, because, Avery, my absolutely adorable boyfriend, who I love very much, has got me a brownie.
Ooh.
Anyway, so you're right. The position of the teacher, ideally, in my mind, right, is one where you enter in dialogue. Here's the pedagogy coming up. You enter in dialogue, in conversation with students to get them thinking about what you want to teach them about, right? And the purpose of the teacher is as a facilitator, right? In our modern education system, the purpose of the teacher is something that is completely opposite to that. The teacher is the one with the information, and the teacher's job is to give information to students and then make sure that they can regurgitate that information. When we add all of these other pressures on top of that already, in my view, fundamentally flawed relationship of education, you get a reinforcement of the authoritarian nature of society. And now
Sorry to get political.
Sorry to get political, but I'm an anarchist. So, like, the teacher now isn't just the king or queen of their classroom. They are not just the ultimate authority on information. Now they are also the provider of sustenance. They're the provider of an emotional, like an emotional safety for some students. They're a provider of physical safety in some cases, right?
Yeah.
And that puts teachers in terrible situations. That is a disaster waiting to happen.
Absolutely.
When you give a teacher that many responsibilities and that much power and authority over students, you end up with some really bad teachers.
And it's no wonder that cases of abuse happen when so much power is being concentrated.
I like to think that as a teacher, I would strive to try and do as little of the authoritarianness as possible. But then you also get into the fact that if I have to deal with a classroom of 40 students, okay, and many of those students, one, they're hungry, two, they have gone through years and years and years of education that has been completely alienating to them. Three, maybe they got shit going on at home. Maybe they've got shit going on in their own personal lives. People are people, right? If you've ever been in a room with 40 people, you know how difficult it is to try and get everybody on topic. And that, again, reinforces the authoritarian tendency of teachers to come down on students with punishment.
Yeah.
For acting out, for not being on task, and things like that. Because it is significantly less mental, emotional, time, resources to just tell a student who is distracted or who is not working or who is acting out to leave the classroom or to just punish them than to respond to that with any kind of empathy.
Yeah.
And most teachers are not going to take the time to try and create that empathetic response to those situations because they can't. There's not enough time in the day. There's not enough resources. There's too many things to do. And, it also comes down to the way our education system sees the relationship between teacher and student as well. But being a teacher is a job, okay? And I can talk about being passionate and about giving your life to teaching you know, which is what I've resigned myself to. I've resigned myself to this idea that I'm going to have to give my life to teaching to be an effective teacher. You should not have to do that. That should not be a requirement for a teacher to give up their future of a family, to give up everything for a job that pays 40 grand a year.
Yeah, that gives nothing back.
That gives nothing back. Obviously there's satisfaction, okay? I get, like, it is nice to see students grow up and to be successful and all these things. It feels good, but it also feels really not good when you realize that Arizona doesn't care about you. Our government doesn't give a shit about teachers. It doesn't matter what
clearly not.
It doesn't matter what any dumb fucking politician on either side of the aisle says. Education is simply not as important to the state of Arizona as funding police and as pumping money into border security and as funding prisons.
Yep.
It's not
Huge part of our economy in this state is the carceral system.
It's not as important. And
there's some very important conversations that can and should be had about the school to prison pipeline in a lot of places in this country.
Yeah. If you wanna talk about, get into some kind of like, not conspiratorial, but some convenient facts about the Arizona economy. We know for a fact that lower education spending leads to higher crime and prison rates. The Arizona economy is based in a large part its prison system. Arizona economically has a vested interest in making sure that there is a steady supply of students who are not getting the education they need, the education they deserve, and are instead funneled into the prison system. I don't think it's conscious on anyone's part. I don't think that there's some, vested effort to funnel our recently graduated students into our prisons. But I think that the system works the way it does because systems get out of hand. Systems are self-perpetuating. And the school to prison pipeline in Arizona is one of those self-perpetuating things.
Yeah, there's I think two important facts that should be stated that kind of make all this stuff that gives some important context for why there's a financial what the financial incentives are and like how public education is funded. So one important thing that you have to understand is that public schools, at least here, are funded by property taxes.
Yes.
So you are inherently segregated, right? This is supposed to be a country where everyone has equal opportunity.
No, it's not.
At some point, we're trying to live up to the principle that like separate but equal is not actually equal. And that we have to have standards, we have to have guarantees. Everyone needs the same basic, we need to develop equity in order to make sure that a person's economic background and the situation that they're born in does not determine their success for the rest of their life. But the fact that a rich neighborhood with high property taxes is going to have better funded schools than a poor neighborhood whose real estate isn't worth anything we're setting ourselves up for failure immediately. So your education is absolutely determined by your zip code. Your quality of education is determined by your zip code.
Yeah.
Unless you're able to get exceptions to get out of district and go to better places.
Yeah.
Another very important thing that must be stated is that in a lot of places, I know this is the case in California because I listened a while back to one of these teachers talk about the school to prison pipeline in California, is the fact that the money you get from the state to run your school is determined by how many asses are in seats at the beginning of the day. That's why when you're in school, they are so I'm trying to think of a not. It's why they're so anal about taking attendance. And you have to be here at the beginning of class in your seat. You have to be. It's because the school is getting paid a certain amount of money for your head in that seat, and it does not matter what happens. They are not concerned with what happens the rest of the school day. As long as you are taken for roll, the school is able to report that attendance. That is money in their pockets. That's what they care about. So those are two very important things. The third fact I was going to throw in, just as far as like how severe of a carceral economy Arizona is operating on, is that we are one of the places where private prisons, if you're not from the United States, the concept of a privately run for-profit prison and detention system may itself be insane. But there's deals between these companies in part of their contracts with the state, that have minimum incarceration requirements. There have to be so many people. The prisons has to be kept at a particular capacity, or they are able to, like, they get they can't sue the state, but it's like the state has to pay compensation if they're not sending enough prisoners for these prisons who do the exact same thing. They are collecting state money according to how many, you know, how many people, how many heads they're servicing. So yeah, all that is bad and awful.
It's all fucked, man.
I'm going to take a really quick bathroom break, so I'm going to call on my co-host to hop in, maybe provide a little bit of a palate cleanser. I just heard them emerge from the bedroom, so maybe that's not what's going to happen.
Okay.
Oh, you wanted to come over
probably
here? Yeah. Okay.
My
gonna
Discord's been
get
moving
off
on.
the voice chat pretty soon.
Okay.
So I'll just wrap up my thoughts.
Okay.
on Arizona's education.
You do that, and I'm going to
while
give you the
use
headphones.
the restroom.
Okay.
So
Hello.
yeah, hi.
So, we're playing Spore right now.
Yeah. Spore is a game that's not at all like education in the United States or in Arizona.
Because we have infinite money.
Because you have infinite money. Now, we basically have infinite money in real life. It's just that infinite money is going towards police departments.
The millionaires.
The
billionaires.
The billionaires. Yeah, I don't know. I guess my parting thoughts would be, if you're in Arizona, you should support Red for Ed. They're doing good things. I think that if you watch the news a lot and you read what people say about teachers in Arizona and things like that, there's this perception that teachers are just kind of whiny and don't want to do their jobs, especially by, more right-wing people, in that, we could talk about how teachers are brainwashing kids too, according to some people on the right. But I think that there's this idea that Red for Ed is really just like, oh, teachers don't want to do work. But really what it is that teachers want to be able to educate students instead of doing the million other things that they're doing. I think that as we push better teachers out because we aren't paying them, because we ask them to do more and more, we are only inviting worse and worse teachers into the profession. If you say that you will teach in Arizona, a school will find a way for you to teach. There are pretty much no exceptions to this unless you got a criminal record. Anyone in Arizona can teach. If you, they keep like changing the requirements for being able to teach in Arizona to try and solve this problem. Because there's just not enough teachers, and I know the reason why there's not, because there's not enough money for the teachers and for the schools. Yeah, I to me at least, the solution is very simple. And to many teachers, if you listen to what Red for Ed has been saying for a long time, the solution is very simple. If you pay teachers better and you give schools more resources, you will have better education outcomes.
Easy.
It is truly easy. I don't understand what the point of having a government is if it's not going to provide the next generation with the tools it needs to not only, I mean, okay, the purpose of school is to train you for work, okay, and we can talk about that for a long time, but I don't want to. The tools to participate in society and the tools to expand their intellect and to learn and to grow and to be involved with the world, with humanity, you know?
Yeah.
Education teaching the passing of ideas from one person to another. That is essentially human. That is the human experience. And we've somehow created governments and systems and everything to make it so that we are consciously putting less and less resources into it and shooting ourselves in the foot. It's gonna make, if we want to talk about, you know, this in our current neoliberal whatever, you
neoliberal
view, right? It's gonna make us less money. It's going to put more of our students in prisons where they can't make money. I mean, they're part of a prison labor system, but it's not as productive, right? It's going to reduce the amount of people in our society that are able to do more technical tasks. You know, if you're some kind of Republican and you're really worried about the fact that all of your doctors are from India or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
Part of the reason for that is because our schools suck, and there's just not enough money for it.
Yeah.
You know, it's very simple to me. It's very, very, very easy, and it is very upsetting that we just won't do anything about it. And that's why I'm proposing beep, 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 beep.
Thank you for self-censoring, so I don't have to go back and cut that out later.
Go back and cut it out, or like put the audio over it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm proposing something that is a violation of the YouTube terms and services.
Excellent.
Anyway, thank you for letting me talk about education. It's one of the 2 or 3 things that I'm passionate about.
One of my top 2 passions.
One of my top 2 passions. The other one being
Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, I don't know. I'm not super passionate about that. Probably like maybe like yeah, I'd have to think about it. Not history. I don't really like history.
It's a big mess.
Not maybe sleeping, doing my little naps.
Yeah.
That's probably my other passion.
That's a good thing to be passionate about.
Yeah, thank you for letting me kill an hour doing this. This was very fun.
Thank you for killing an hour for me so I could just play a game and not have to talk.
Play Spore. Yeah, if you ever want me on to talk for a little bit too long about something that anything, I'll talk about anything. I'll talk about things I don't know about. I'd love to lie.
We'd love to hear more of your lies. Yeah, I mean, I know you said you had to hop off. I'm gonna keep going because I said that I was gonna try to reach the center of the galaxy, and as you can see, I'm nowhere near that right now.
Good luck. Yeah, you're kind of not anywhere near there. You're kind of actually. It looks like you kind of suck at this.
No. But anyway, I have, needless to say, I'm gonna keep going for a while. And so, like, yeah, that's what that chat is for. If anyone wants to jump in VC so we can chat about things, that's what that's for. So if you gotta go, but like if Avery's around, I would love to hear more stories about like the weird intersection between public money, private charter, and like religious indoctrination in a part of the state that I didn't grow up in.
Yeah, I'll ask him if he wants to get on.
Cool.
Okay, I love you, Ben.
Love you too, Zane.
Have a good night. Enjoy your Spore.
I am. I'm terraforming so many planets right now.
Yeah, I've been watching. You've really been kind of going terraforming mode.
Mm-hmm. We just established a colony on True. That's True with a CH.
True. Wow, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I will see you later.
See ya.
All right, goodbye.
Bye. Who's still poking around in the text chat on YouTube? Who wants to say hi? Anyone else who has opinions about their education systems and about what's broken and just strange experiences? Avery says, I'm kind of a sleepy little guy right now. Well, if that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta do.
I think we're all sleepy little guys at the end of the day.
I'm not a sleepy little guy.
You have insomnia.
I have insomnia. I never sleep. It's super duper bad for you. What about you, my lovely co-host roommate?
What about me?
Anything on your mind on this or a similar topic?
The only thing I will add to any of that, because I can't speak to Arizona's education system and what it's like firsthand. The only thing I will say is there's a very good book that I will recommend. It's called Understanding Mass Incarceration, A People's Guide to the Key Civil Rights Struggle of Our Time by James Kilgore. Fun fact about James Kilgore, I think he was arrested on, like, terrorism charges because he was part of, like, like a revolutionary socialist group, and now he is like a professor at like UC Santa Barbara or something.
Nice.
It's insane. I'm gonna look him up real quick.
Let's learn about Mr. Kilgore.
Yeah. So I'll just start reading his Wikipedia page. James William Kilgore, born July 30th, 1947, aka John Pape, is a convicted American felon and former fugitive for his activities in the 1970s with the Symbionese Liberation Army, a left-wing terrorist organization in California. After years of researching and writing, he later became a research scholar and ultimately worked at the University of Illinois Center for African Studies in some city. After the arrest of the core SLA members in 1975, Kilgore fled a criminal indictment. He lived as a fugitive for 27 years, working in Zimbabwe, Australia, and South Africa. During this time as a fugitive, Kilgore wrote a number of books and articles under the pseudonym John Pape. He developed a career as an educator, researcher, and far-left radical activist before being arrested in Cape Town, South Africa in November 2002. He was extradited to the United States, where he was convicted and subsequently served 6.5 years in prison in California on charges of participation in SLA criminal activities. During his incarceration, he wrote several novels. The first of these were All Zimbabweans Now, 2009, was published a month after his release. In 2015, he published a non-fiction book, Understanding Mass Incarceration: A People's Guide to the Key Civil Rights Struggle of Our Time.
Very cool.
Yeah, criminal charges: second-degree murder, passport fraud, possession of an explosive device.
There's a lot of different ways to be an author. There's a lot of different ways to become an author. That's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
Step 1, get convicted of terrorism. Step 2, book deal.
Easy. The old 1-2. They never see it coming.
I'm getting attacked. There's a bunch of aliens that are mad at me because I won't give them unlimited money. Which is strange because I have unlimited money. So it would cost
Then
me
you
nothing.
can give them unlimited money.
I don't. It's the principle of the thing.
Okay.
Stupid freeloading aliens. Ooh, I just got my second interstellar drive. So we're getting closer to being able to approach the center of the galaxy.
Oh my gosh. We're gonna be here forever. 2 a.m.
I'm gonna be here forever.
Everyone in the roommate group chat is clowning on the Wonka trailer right now.
Oh yeah?
I've heard about it. I have not actually seen the trailer, but they cast Timothy Chalamet as a young Willy Wonka.
Timothy.
Explaining the background of the Wonka chocolate factory and the Oompa Loompas.
I see.
Which is already a fucking ridiculous premise. But I think casting Timothy Chalamet, the man with, personally, I think, negative riz, as the eccentric chocolatier William W. Wonka.
Here's my question. Who needed another Willy Wonka movie?
There's already like 3 of them.
There's there's the actual one.
Yeah.
There's the Tim Burton one, which also didn't have to happen. But it did, and it's out there. I just don't see why does this story need to be retold again?
I don't know. Especially considering, like, if all like studios want to do right now are like remakes and sequels and multiverse and stuff, apparently the Willy Wonka book, there's like 2 of them.
Really?
There's like a second one that's like Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator or something. And I've read, like, I haven't read the book, but I've read the synopsis on Wikipedia, and it sounds more interesting. It sounds more interesting than the Chocolate Factory one. So I think
you up for reading another Wikipedia page?
Yeah, sure. Give me a second to pull it up.
We're gonna learn about the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory sequel.
Yeah, it is here. Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator is a children's book by British author Roald Dahl. It's the sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, continuing the story of young Charlie Bucket and chocolatier Willy Wonka as they travel in the Great Glass Elevator. The book was published in the U.S. By some company in 1972 in the United Kingdom, blah, blah, blah.
I didn't know
blah, blah,
Alf
blah, blah.
was a book publisher. Alf the little alien puppet?
Alfred A. Nope Incorporated.
Okay,
So here it is. Here's the plot. Charlie and his family board the Great Glass Elevator to return to the chocolate factory now that Willy Wonka has rewarded Charlie with its ownership. When Wonka attempts to bring the elevator high enough to punch back into the factory, it accidentally goes into orbit. Wonka docks them instead at the empty Space Hotel USA, which is coincidentally nearby, causing baffled officials back on Earth, including U.S. President Lancelot R. Gilligrass, to accuse the group of being foreign enemies. Wonka tricks them by loudly singing gibberish, pretending to be an alien, but is interrupted by the discovery that the hotel contains actual dangerous, shape-shifting aliens known as the Vermicious Cnids. The band escapes back into orbit into the elevator. Once they leave, the president allows the commuter capsule carrying astronauts and Space Hotel staff to dock with the Space Hotel. Upon entry, the Cnids devour several staff, prompting an immediate evacuation. The elevator, having circled around the Earth, braves the swarm of Cnids to tow the damaged capsule out of danger. During a last attempt by the Cnids to tow the craft away themselves, they are incinerated by Earth's atmosphere. The elevator crew releases the commuter capsule and crashes through Wonka's factory roof. Back in the factory, Charlie's 3 bedridden grandparents refuse to budge. Wonka offers them rejuvenation pills called Wonkavite, but they overdose, resulting in 2 becoming babies and Georgina vanishing, having become -2 years old. Charlie and Wonka ride the elevator to Minus Land to find her, and Wonka sprays her with the opposite of Wonkavite, Vita Wonk, to age her again. Upon returning, they discover that Georgina is now 358 years old. Wonka gives her another calculated dose of Wonkavite to return her to normal, then gives each of the babies enough Vita Wonk to restore them too. Immediately afterwards, Wonka gets a letter from President Gilligrass thanking everyone for their heroic efforts and inviting them to the White House. The group celebrates, and the prospect is enough to finally bring the 3 grandparents out of bed to join in.
Aren't these supposed to be British people?
These are British people.
Why did they get invited by the president?
I don't know. Don't ask me. But that sounds like a more interesting plot to me than how did Willy become Wonka? You know?
I can't say in all honesty. I think either of those things sounds like an interesting. I don't think we need the prequel, partly because like the whole thing with the Oompa Loompas.
Yeah, isn't that just like slavery?
Yeah, I don't.
It's just slaves. They're like explicitly written to be like African slaves.
Right. African pygmies. That's the whole thing. They're supposed to be like oh, we found these guys in the Congo, and
Road Dog, you can't say that. You can't do that.
So I mean,
I don't think we need it. I don't think none of it. I think having the one Gene Wilder movie was fine.
Yeah.
It didn't need to go beyond that. All right, well, I'm going to go to the bathroom, so I will be disconnecting temporarily.
Good luck. I'm still here. Hey, guys. we are spreading life across the galaxy and getting like constantly threatened by other empires, which is really cool. If you guys haven't noticed, some of the creatures I added have in fact appeared. I made a bunch of random animals and named them after Taylor Swift songs. So we are currently on a planet of hyper-intelligent animals called High Infidelity, that I'm about to drop a 2001 style monolith on to inspire them to become a galactic species. Because I'm just cool like that, you know? I'm just generous. I'm also drinking this thing I picked up at Lily's the other day. This really awesome import store. It's called Coconut Milk Drink. It's melon flavored coconut milk, I believe, and it's quite tasty. I've gotten a lot of our most important, like, so we've got most of our terraforming things have been unlocked, our terraforming abilities. We're doing okay on weapons and on our drive. It's not quite time yet to make a run for the center of the galaxy, because once we're there, we're gonna have to be fighting off the Groks, which we haven't even actually encountered in this stream yet. The hostile non-carbon based life forms that are the scourge of the Spore galaxy. Placing down planets. I'm getting more notifications from Duolingo. If this stream goes on long enough, I am going to have to take a break to go practice Dutch so that I don't lose my streak. Sorry. I don't have the ability to pick up that artifact right now. I'm not sure if my co-host is back from the restroom yet, but...
Hello, I am.
Hello. There you are.
What's happening?
Continuing to terraform planets. So I think it would be a good time to start talking about space stuff, or kind of get back to talking about space stuff.
I ain't got no dang clue what's going on up there.
What's going on in... We'll put it this way. How close are we to having a colony established on Mars, do you think?
On Mars? Well, considering we don't even have one on the moon yet, very far.
Okay. How close are we to having human settlement on the moon?
I think Humans are going back to the moon, I think, within like the next century. Or within the next decade, sorry.
Yeah.
Hold on.
There is supposed to be another manned, at least by the United States.
Yeah, here. The Artemis program is a robotic and human moon exploration program led by the US's NASA, along with 5 major partner agencies: Europe, Japan, Canada, Israel, and Australia. The Artemis program is intended to reestablish a human presence on the moon for the first time since the Apollo 17 mission in 1972. Yeah, the program's long-term goal is to establish a permanent base on the moon to facilitate the feasibility of human missions to Mars.
So what's so important about having human settlements on the moon before Mars?
So basically, in order for us to get humans to Mars, we need to carry enough stuff for the trip to Mars. And currently, we don't have the technology to really build stuff like that has that much carrying capacity. So the basic idea is go to the moon first as a pit stop, because getting from the Earth to the moon requires relatively very little supplies. So get to the moon where its gravity is like 1/6 planet Earth. You know, put all of the cargo on there, and then get from the moon to Mars, which is a lot easier. So pretty much anyone who's like serious about this stuff knows that like we're not, at least right now, it looks like we're not going to go straight from the Earth to Mars. You're going to go to the Earth, or from the Earth to the moon, then from the moon to Mars. That's the best way of doing it.
Is it specifically, so like, one of the heaviest things that you need to carry with you, in this case, is fuel.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's one thing to travel through space. It's another thing to try to escape the gravitational pull of the Earth, the planet that we're starting on. And so right away, there's so like these rockets are huge, and so much of it is just the requisite fuel just to break orbit in the first place.
Yeah,
so like,
I think it's like I'm gonna look this up because it's a surprising number. I'm trying to find this answer. I cannot find it anymore.
I've got a question for Rita if you're still in the chat. What specifically do I need to do in order to increase my cargo capacity? Is it just sell spice to other empires? So what were you looking for?
I was trying to find out what percentage of a rocket's fuel is used just to get into orbit. Because I remember it being some like ridiculously high number, like half of it or something.
Gotcha. That's definitely a lot. And that places pretty severe limitations. So like the big thing that keeps getting touted out about like why the moon first before Mars is that the moon allegedly has all this hydrogen that can be mined for fuel, right?
Pretty much, yeah. It's got a bunch of stuff that you can pretty easily generate fuel with, or like replenish fuel with. It'll essentially just become a big gas station and storage container. And pretty much that's like the whole purpose of like the ISS and all of those like extra missions in like the like 90s and 2000s that we sent up. It was essentially just for seeing how things grow and like laying the foundations for human settlements on the moon and then Mars. So it's really interesting to sort of think about like how humanity's horizons have expanded with space. Because in the 60s, we were just like testing whether we could, for the first time, just escape our orbit, you know, get to the moon. And then it was all about, okay, well, now that we know that we can get into space, you know, how do we keep ourselves in space, essentially,
Right.
for as long as possible? And now that we have a general understanding of that stuff, and we have, you know, we're taking the first steps now of actually implementing it. You know, that's where we are at now with it, you know, establishing permanent moon bases within the next decade, probably.
Is the plan.
Is the plan. It started in 2017, it said. So, like, if you give that, like, 20 years, 2037... I think we might have like a base on the moon by 2037. I think it's possible.
It sounds far enough away that it's in that veil of like, well, sure, that's plausible. That's forever from now, right?
It's still like 14 years from now.
I have to say, I have a hard time. It's one thing to say, yeah, by the 2030s, I'm sure we'll have a permanent base on the moon. It's another thing entirely to say, I mean, 13 years to go from, we've got, you know, like, the International Space Station is on its way out.
Yeah.
And it, like, global cooperation on space is looking so iffy. I mean, global cooperation in general looks so iffy now compared to even a few decades ago. I don't know. It's just really difficult when so many important challenges that like humanity has faced in these last 5-10 years, 20 years, that required greater levels of cooperation, like the pandemic, where global cooperation was not achieved, and we've ended up in, like, we ended up with this miracle situation where actually we got a vaccine. It always surprises me how quickly people forget that, like, there was quite a bit of time where we had no reasonable, we had no reason to expect that we would be able to, like, en masse leave quarantine because of like a vaccination. It was like, well, maybe we can, it might take like 3 to 5 years to get a vaccine out. This might be something that we deal with for the long haul, and by an incredible, like, investment in mRNA vaccines going back years and years, paying off incredible dividends, to get us this miracle opportunity to, like, shut the pandemic down by vaccinating people in this technique, which was new. Hopefully no one in the chat and no one watching this is an anti-vaxxer. But if you're in any way iffy about, like, vaccines in general and the idea of injecting mRNA into yourself, it sounds scary. I remember being back in high school biology, and we were discussing the future of medical technology, and we were just starting to talk about, like, and the class had just gone over what mRNA is and how it can be used to confer, like, how theoretically, if somehow we could just use mRNA instead of a deactivated, live virus, because there do come certain risks in that. They're very low. They were much higher at the beginning of, like, the 20th century. There certainly was a time when, like, getting vaccinated was not the safest and healthiest thing to do, because it involved getting, like, smallpox pus, like, injected underneath your skin. Well, that time is not now, and mRNA, a huge hurdle towards getting those vaccines circulated in the first place is the fact that it is so, I don't want to say unstable, because that gives off the wrong connotations. It's not meant to last. It is like, it's literally messenger RNA, right? It is there to take a genetic message from your nucleus to the ribosomes to create proteins. It is not meant to, like, survive outside of the cell, let alone outside of the body, for very long. It falls apart almost immediately, because it's mRNA. It's like the flimsiest thing in the world. And we just happened to figure out a technique to basically have our bodies produce portions, not the entire virus, just specific portions of it, that cannot harm you or infect you on their own. There is a 0% chance of getting COVID by taking an mRNA vaccine. It cannot happen. And so we get this miraculous thing that's dropped on our laps, and immediately we get into medical apartheid, where it wasn't, it's not like, oh, the old people were getting an unfair advantage. No, like, the elderly and the immunocompromised, who have always been at higher risk and definitely like need to be kept in mind when we develop plans about public health. They were first in line, but it was, the elderly and the immunocompromised in rich countries that were able to basically completely, like, take over production. And there was, a time when India was manufacturing these vaccines for the United States, and India was facing, all kinds of problems, the same health crisis everyone else was. But they were producing vaccines for exclusively a different country who was buying up, buying up the stock, and then people in this country, once the requirements were lowered and it was, we were able to, more people who aren't directly at risk but still obviously need some kind of immunity in order to build this protective, herd immunity, just deciding not to take it. So this country is buying up vaccines, the populace isn't taking it, and then they're going bad because they have to be stored at, what was it, like negatives? It was negative, very, very cold temperatures. Again, because mRNA is this fragile thing that is not capable of doing harm to you. I'm sorry. So, I mean, the fact that there was so little cooperation in that sense, there was, on local levels, some really amazing examples of altruism, and people began to engage in mutual aid in a way that a lot of people had never done before. I think now that term has been used so often, it's kind of been diluted. Mutual aid is not charity work. Mutual aid means engaging in a mutual relationship with other people in your community in order to address the needs of your community. So if you're just going into like a neighborhood and giving stuff away and you're not like a reciprocal part of that network, that's not mutual aid. It's still a good thing to do, but that's not mutual aid. And mutual aid is an alternative to like a statist system where we have to rely on charity from the government or from private entities to make up for what our societies lack and are unable to provide us. Anyway, that's all a very roundabout thing to say. Like, for our species to, it's not a given that we're just going to go to Mars, right? It's not a given that we are going to become an intergalactic species or like an interplanetary, intersolar system. It's not a given. And if you only, hey, Chili Bees in the chat, you should hop on the voice call so we can talk shit. I'm just saying that, like, I mean, as I kind of mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I don't think you have to justify science to anyone. I think science for science sake, art for art's sake. I mean, the world is cruel and unloving, and you have to make your own. Okay, the old man's going to bed. Big surprise. You have to make your own meaning in life. That 6 a.m. grind set. Sucks to be you. You know what I'm going to be doing at 6 a.m.? Sitting awake in bed because I can't sleep. That's the insomnia grind set. Anyway, all of these things require like an incredible amount of cooperation that I have certainly not seen. We had a chance to demonstrate that kind of like cross-national, intergenerational, intersectional. We had the chance to kind of prove that we were capable of cooperating and putting things aside. And certainly the way that the pandemic, the course of that, and we should all always keep in mind that like it's not a foregone conclusion that COVID won't come back or that another pandemic isn't possible. I don't feel confident, which is why that, like, I don't know, I think I've definitely noticed a shift in the way people imagined humanity reaching the stars has less to do now with, like, in the like the Star Trek sense, if I might give a little bit of background to like the plot of Star Trek, human society in that series had to undergo a terrible, horrible World War III, and like hundreds of years of genocide and like horrible atrocities, in order to get to the point where they said, like, look, we thoroughly destroyed the case for a competitive and unnecessarily cruel world because we have nearly stamped ourselves into extinction. We're only moving forward together, and so there's a lot of things that need to just be gotten rid of. Star Trek, at least old Trek from like the 80s and the 90s, can't speak too much with the new stuff because they do weird stuff sometimes. There's multiple episodes that go over the fact that like the profit motive has been completely done away with, and everything changed in the way that humans organize themselves. Okay. Chili's saying in the chat, humankind becoming interplanetary is sexy. It does not require individual sacrifice beyond those who are going on what is most likely a one-way trip. It's definitely requiring a sacrifice of our collective, like, resources. And that's where we get into all these problems, because humanity does not agree on how resources should be distributed. That's like the whole basis behind international conflict of the 20th and 21st centuries is that we have like wars of ideology, and that there can't be a multi-plural world, and there can't be a multipolar world, I should say, where different people organize themselves according to their own preferences. Okay, so he's saying people don't perceive becoming interplanetary as like being the enormous like kind of almost. It's difficult to express just how many resources would need to be burned, in sometimes in a literal sense, in order to make that happen. And it's not a foregone conclusion that it will happen. And, like, again, back in the days of Star Trek, when that was the predominant, like, kind of cultural fiction for how humanity moves forward, it's this, like, optimistic view that, like, moving forward is possible, and it does necessarily require cooperation and the elimination of the profit motive, and that all these things become possible when we realize that resources can be distributed equitably, and we get rid of scarcity. You know, once replicators come into existence, there's no reason for hunger. All these things are immediately eliminated. And we're getting attacked again. Anyway, so on the one hand, it's like, yeah, I mean, I believe in science for science's sake. Simply being able to achieve, like, living on a planet other than the one that we evolved on is inherently a cool thing. I don't think anyone can really disagree with that. But when we're talking about cultural, where we as a species put our priorities, what challenges we face, and where the resources that exist and are finite, where they should go, I think it's rather difficult to make the argument that, like, in the way that your Elon Musks might might say that, like, well, no, the most pressing thing that we can do is to put human beings on another planet, because what happens if a meteor wipes out Earth? And people of that same vein who aren't horrible people make the argument that, like, where was I going with that? Yeah, no, there's the argument that, like, there's safety and redundancy. People who acknowledge that the climate crisis is real, and a lot of these, like, billionaires who don't necessarily, like, deny climate change, clearly are not putting their resources towards fixing that problem. They instead believe that, like, the way that we solve the climate crisis, quote unquote, is by giving us that redundancy to be on multiple planets, so that, well, if we're experiencing horrible disasters on Earth, at least we've got that colony on Mars. And there's been plenty of fiction penned about, like, what that version of the future looks like, where Earth and Mars have kind of a standoffish relationship, or where the only living civilizations are on Mars, and Earth has been wiped out. The key thing that I'm kind of building up to here, the kind of key ridiculous, like, discrepancy with that view that the solution to the climate crisis is to go to space, is that in order to make human habitation on somewhere like Mars possible, there has to be a certain amount of climate control, because the climate there is not hospitable for us and for all the other living things that we need to have with us in order to survive. That technology does not exist yet. And that's the exact stuff that would be, like, you know, not to plug geoengineering, because frankly we probably shouldn't be messing around with things like that. At least not on a planet that we're responsible for taking care of. Hello, Kira. Yeah. So Chili's saying in the chat, you know, people don't perceive... There's kind of cognitive issues with how to handle big problems like that. And something about the ask to wear a mask and stay at home definitely just drives people up the wall. There's something about that kind of altruistic sacrifice. It's not even altruistic, because it's for your own safety as well, but I don't know. There's something about that just makes certain people very angry. So, I mean, yeah, they're different situations in certain respects, but fundamentally, like, one would want there to be more cooperation if we're trying to go to space, so that we don't end up in, like space slave colonies. You know, I think people can generally agree that it certainly would be better if humanity would fix its problems before attempting to, you know, spread our issues across the solar system. But, I mean, fundamentally the breaking thing here is that, like, going to space before fixing, like, our issue with emissions and how we industrialize, before, like, trying to go to space before we fix those things is definitely putting the cart before the horse, right? There seems to be an order of operations to this, and I don't know. I don't think if we don't fix the climate thing, I don't think human settlement in space. It certainly doesn't make sense, and I don't think it's particularly likely either. but I'm obviously not an expert on this topic. I am just a natural historian. Is there anything my co-host would like to chime in with?
Yeah, I think the reason I'm a bit more optimistic about it is because, like, the world wasn't really prepared for COVID. A lot of people sort of knew that, like, yeah, this is a real possibility that we should maybe prepare for. You know, there are contingency plans in place, but, like, we didn't really expect it to happen. It was just like, oh, we're just doing this to check the box. You know, we'll deal with it, you know, if it comes to that. Whereas with the space program, like, we already know, like, what the next steps are, and, like, the money has pretty much already been allocated for it. It's just a matter of, like, you know, like, it feels like it's already more implemented, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't feel like a contingency plan. It feels like there are actual plans in place to finish this.
Well, to start it anyway. There's, I mean, so many of the fundamentals still need to be addressed. Things like keeping a human being alive for long periods of time in transit. The fuel situation. And, I mean, certainly, like, the social organization of how managing projects like this works. Is it international? What happens if individual nations or corporations want to have unilateral control? I think it's tricky business. And for everything that, like, again, for everything that the climate crisis is going to throw at the whole of humanity, space is worse. Right? Mars is already far more antagonistic towards life than Earth could possibly reach at any point in our lifetimes or the next, like, 10 generations, should there be that many generations. So again, if we don't have the ability to, like, control these problems, what reasonable expectation do we have that we can make just any given planet survivable? I agree that rational and compassionate people can disagree on things. How we organize our societies is a fundamental, and it has to be something that we get right before. I mean, again, like, this exercise in wanting to be an interplanetary species, it's very ambitious, and it has the potential to, I mean, it would fundamentally change absolutely everything about how we organize ourselves. And it has the capacity, I don't think anyone can disagree with this, it has the capacity to create some absolutely nightmarish human rights situations. I mean, just realistically speaking here, like, the colonial projects where certain countries thought they, were essentially going to start the world over and remake all the governments on the earth in their image. Just the logistical issues with that alone killed hundreds of millions of people. So there's very serious risks to this kind of stuff. Close to the beginning. Fireworks, creature tweaker. I'm gonna go turn the AC on. It's getting warm in here. Okay, so this is what we need in order to make the mission. We need to get the wormhole key, which allows us to fly through a black hole unharmed. Yeah, so we need that. We need to get frequent flyer 3 or traveler 3. Yeah. Any thoughts, co-host? How do people talk about this stuff, like inside of, like, I mean, the physics and atmospheric sciences and you know, astronomy? The way that they talk about it obviously is going to be quite different. It's kind of taken as a given that, like, no, this is totally a reasonable solution for climate change. It's just, let's just go to another planet.
Here's the thing is, I think another big difference is, I think in the sphere of, like, politics and in the military, yeah, countries are a lot less cooperative than in, like, the scientific fields. Because in, like, astronomy, like, projects will, like, change hands between countries constantly. And, like, multiple countries will constantly be working on the same, you know, project, sharing their sensitive data with each other. So I think the community is a lot more cooperative and international minded than most other parts of society, I would say, than almost every other part of society. But I think the way they sort of see it is like, I know you said that, like, the way you talk about climate change is it's no longer like a problem of, like, stopping it and reversing it. It's now a problem of just mitigating the worst effects, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think one of the reasons that, like, climate stuff, you know, climate cooperation seems to go nowhere, or at best you get, like, a symbolic, you know, protocol that everyone signs. All those things, like, actually taking action on the climate crisis requires different sacrifices from different countries. And I think they really, like nation states really don't like that, because it makes them feel like the biggest loser, that they have to make the biggest change, they have to spend the most money. Whereas I think the attitude of a lot of the community that looks into space, you know, both in terms of, like, studying it, researching it, but also preparing people for space, is they see it as like a blank slate. It's like, okay, we fucked up on Earth, but now we have all of this knowledge about, you know, how the climate changes, you know, how planets form, you know, the composition of the atmosphere, how plants grow, how animals grow. You know, we have all this scientific knowledge. We know how to do it better this time, which may be true, may not be true. I'm not here to argue one way or the other, but I think they really see it as like, okay, we can do it better this time. You know, Earth was just like, I hate to say it, but, like, some people think of it as just like, well, it was the trial run. You know, Mars, you know, we'll terraform it, we'll start over, and we'll do better this time. We will have, you know, human-wide cooperation, and we will have, you know, production to meet people's needs, or whatever.
Yeah, you can probably guess what my feeling about that is. That it's a, I mean, pretty arrogant, to be quite honest, to believe that, like, we can build an ecosystem from the top, like, that we can do all these things but better, that we can even replicate such a complex natural system that is not well understood yet. That's why the fields of biology and ecology and all these things still exist, is that there's still so much about how this works that we don't understand. I think I can say with 100% certainty that if today we were to try to build, try to replicate Earth from scratch on another place, absolutely we could not do it. I think that just comes from like the inherent hubris of engineers who aren't confronted often enough with like realistic parameters. Everything is an engineering problem that can be fixed instead of like systems are not real. We have our approximations of how we think things work, and we're doing our best to make our understandings of these concepts less wrong the further we go. But we're not there yet. But that's, I guess it depends on what your idea of what the future of humanity in space should look like, if you don't see living things as inherently valuable, it's kind of hard to make that argument. If you don't consider biodiversity to be precious and something that is like beyond value, then yeah, Earth can kind of seem like a worthy sacrifice. That we've got a set amount of energy and fossil fuels and all these things, a set amount of resources. And Earth is fucked. All the systems and societies of Earth are fucked. It's just we just need to start over somewhere else. And we're going to commit all of the remaining resources on Earth to making that happen. It is so not up to... It's not anyone's choice to make a decision like that, to burn this planet so that a select type of person, a select group of people, can be in charge of starting over for everyone and for every living thing. Not saying that anyone here is suggesting stuff like that, but it's absolutely a sentiment that you run into. Okay, so here's some interesting stuff to dig into. So in the chat, Chili's talking about. He says, "I'd argue that it's not fair to treat us like Earth or Mars as a binary, and that settling one planet necessarily means we have to destroy another." I agree. It's unfortunate that other people see it that way, though, and that's the way that we go about it by. I mean, it's all about a matter of priorities and using our collective resources. And no, we shouldn't have to choose between NASA or feeding the poor. And it's unfortunate that that was the choice that was forced and that we chose NASA. It's not a fair thing. If you assume that, as you say, becoming an interplanetary species is good for the survival of our species by any metric, I'm just going to take that as a given for now, but I will challenge that idea very shortly. No, it should not be one or the other. In an ideal situation, we should be colonizing other planets. We should be exploring the galaxy and, enjoying. There's so much to learn. If we can find life on other planets, there is so much we can learn about everything. Everything in science will change the instant that we find life on other planets. When we can study evolution under a new system and see if it operates any differently in a whole other world, there's just infinite knowledge. And in the creation of these settlements, learning how to live in other places, yes, we will learn how to better tackle like issues of insulation and of renewable energy generation and all these things. Like, yeah, these are exercises that we can use, and yeah, the space program taught us a lot about lots of different things that became applicable. That's why science for science sake makes sense, because learning is an inherently valuable thing. But we're talking about a country that makes us prioritize either having the biggest military on the planet or having healthcare, and we chose having the biggest military on the planet. It doesn't have to be a one or the other choice. That's just the way that things have been set up. And because of that, I don't see, with the way that things are set up now, I don't see a path towards not making that a binary choice. It shouldn't be. But those are all theoreticals. I think the more interesting thing I want to dig into here is that idea: becoming interplanetary is good for the survival of our species. I think the idea that we have to the idea that we have to protect the species, that like we need to ensure humanity, like, what's the right way to put this? It's nonsense, because there is no. This just isn't how this works, you know. Like, humanity will go extinct. Every species will go extinct. You can talk about like extending our, going extinct in the next 200 years versus, surviving long enough to propagate into new species. That's an interesting idea, but there's a fundamental logic that is missing for me, where it seems like the argument is going to be made that like the sacrifice required to become interplanetary is necessary because this is the greatest, like, this is the achievement that is necessary in order to make sure that humanity can exist for as long as possible. Again, all other things notwithstanding, but like straight up, this is just not how evolution works. You cannot, like, if we were to become interplanetary, and this is for any species, right? And we were just talking about, like, we want to make sure that cats exist forever. Cats will not exist forever. Cannot exist forever. Not how this works. Humanity, humankind, Homo sapiens is not a stable thing. Always in flux, always changing. Cannot be, like, it cannot be made to stay the same. So I don't know. I don't know if that, like, comes across to people who talk about this particular thing, that, like, what you're actually suggesting we do is become the founders of new species on other planets. Which, I don't know. You can have philosophical discussions about whether that makes sense, but it just doesn't make sense to me, because the fundamental, like, lesson of like natural history is that nothing lasts forever. Absolutely nothing lasts forever. In fact, most things don't even last particularly long. And it's not about longevity. There's no moral... I don't know. I should let someone else talk to try to explain, maybe to fill in the perspective that I'm kind of talking about here, because I just fundamentally don't understand why people think, like, making the eternal survival of the species is at risk, when that is not even close to a thing that we can expect to do to make the species perpetuate forever, or that, like, making us interplanetary doesn't inherently create, like, new rifts that will cause speciation. I don't know. I'm also getting attacked by, like, 50 different aliens at once. I'm a little distracted right now. Yeah, man, if you gotta wake up early in the morning, bed's a good idea. I'm just wasting time on the internet here. Hi. What's up?
I'm just happy.
Cool. How long do you think I should keep this going? Should I make an attempt to get to the center of the universe?
How far are you actually from?
I'm not sure. I genuinely am not sure. I can make a run at it, and we'll probably fail. But we can definitely give it a try.
How long have you been streaming?
Going on 4.5 hours. I'm more than happy to keep going. It's just, like, I don't want to, obviously.
I would say maybe go for, like, another half hour.
Let's see.
Either, like, 11 p.m. or, like, 5 hours or so. That'd be my suggestion.
Okay. We'll see. We'll try our luck at going for the center of the universe.
Save your game before you do anything.
Oh, yeah. It's too hot for you to sleep? How has the weather in California been in all this? If he's even still here, he might have gone to bed already. Hi, August. Oh no, it's the evil Crocs. Shit. So here's what I'll propose we do. I'm going to make a stab at going towards the center of the galaxy, and we'll see how far we get.
Okay.
And if I need to grind in between streams to make it possible, that's totally fine.
Okay.
Okay. Whew. Yeah, doing this on hard mode definitely was a choice. We're gonna go ahead and save. We're just gonna explore. There is inevitably going to be crisis after crisis in the sectors of space I have abandoned, but we're gonna go for it. Here we go. By the way, thinking of other stuff to stream, I think it would be a hoot and a half to try to do FTL, if you've ever played that.
I have not. Actually, don't really know anything about it.
It's very hard. It's not a game I think... I have never beaten it. I've played it quite a bit, and I have never... I have gotten to its, like, end boss stage, I think twice. So it would not be a completion stream, it would just be something to put on while we chat. But yeah, so the deal is, I literally don't think I can reach the center of the galaxy yet. The nearest star system I have to jump, like, the gap is just too wide. Like, the distance to gap is 5.69 parsecs, and I cannot currently do that.
Alright. I guess just continue as far along as you'd like. No set goal in mind.
I guess we might as well kind of wrap up with some maybe more optimistic or lighter conversation as far as, like, what about...
Yeah, a lot of this stream ended up being doom and gloom, I feel.
Well, it's kind of heavy topics we ended up landing on, but is there anything kind of about space that you find just kind of inherently fascinating? Favorite planets, favorite space phenomena, anything like that?
I guess I can just ramble on about a few things if you want.
Absolutely.
So I think... Okay, so one sort of pet peeve of mine is when, like, religious people, like, try and use, like, the fact that, like, the universe exists as, like, proof that God must exist. It's like, you know, how did the universe become so fine-tuned? Because if you don't know, the force of gravity between any two objects is some constant g times both of the objects' masses divided by the distance between the two center of masses squared. And it's that squared part that's very important, because we can show mathematically that if that was anything other than exactly 2, if it was 1.9999999 or like 2.000001, the universe would not be able to exist. And so it's sort of thought of as like this big mystery, like, ooh, how did this, you know, of all the infinite numbers it could have been, how did we get in the universe where, you know, it's exactly 2, right? But if you think about it for like more than like a minute, it kind of seems like a no-brainer that we're in a universe like that, because if an infinite number of universes for, you know, every single value of, you know, r to some power, if all of those universes just suddenly popped into existence, we know that all of the ones that aren't like exactly 2 or like exactly, you know, 15 or something would immediately disappear, because it would not be stable. It would collapse in on itself pretty much immediately. So the only universes that can exist long enough for us to ask those questions are the ones that satisfy some particular requirement. So I don't know. Other things?
Here's, on a similar vein, do you ever hear, I'm sure you hear people say this kind of thing about how the planet Earth, in the same vein of like, things are so perfect, there's no way anything other than a benevolent God could have made this.
Oh yeah.
I mean, creationists love bringing up the eye. They're like, how on earth can an eyeball have ever evolved? And it's like, well, we actually know that thanks to fossil evidence, but that classic, if the Earth was 10, it's always like, if the Earth was 10 feet closer to the sun, or 10 feet, if the Earth was 10 feet closer, we would all burn up. If it was 10 feet further away, we would all freeze to death. It is in the exact perfect distance from the sun to make life habitable, and there is no logical explanation beyond God did that. That all completely ignores the fact that Earth is not a consistent distance from the sun.
Yeah, I was gonna say the first thing that's wrong with that is that the planet Earth not only it gets 10 feet closer and 10 feet further away from the sun pretty much every second. Yeah, I think what they mean is like the average distance that the Earth is a very good place for water to remain as a liquid, which is true. But again, if you just had, millions and millions and millions of star systems with planets around them, just probabilistically, a large chunk of those stars would be the size of our sun. And of those, a large chunk of them will have planets. And so if they have planets, there's some, probability density function that tells you, like, what is the likelihood you'll find a planet at a given distance away from a sun, given the sun is, or like the star is the size of our sun, roughly. There's like a very good chance that a planet forms in that habitable zone where Earth is located. So it's kind of like a statistical inevitability. If you do this over and over and over again, you're just going to get a bunch of planets in that situation, just due to the sheer number of planets you have. Like, we know there's like billions out there, right? And so it's like, most stars have like 1 to 9 satellites. It's not uncommon.
Yeah.
At all.
You'd be forgiven, and like the universe is very, very big. You'd be forgiven for maybe misunderstanding the fact that like multiverse theory has not been proven. It's just a very popular like crux of fiction.
It's an interpretation.
Yeah, we don't know for a fact that there are infinite universes.
Yeah, so that's one that's a little harder to explain. But basically, when quantum physics was first discovered, there were essentially two interpretations, as they're known. The first one is the many worlds theory, which is the multiverse theory, which essentially says that, let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay, I'm not muted. it's like the universe is deterministic, but every possibility has like its own separate universe that is deterministic in a slightly different way than all the other universes. And we live in one of them that's fully predetermined, but its place in the determination is random. That's like the multiverse theory. But there's another one that I think is probably a much better representation, is the Copenhagen interpretation, which I believe says something like, there's only this one universe, but all of the possibilities are happening simultaneously until one is observed, and then all of those, random, waves collapse down into one particular state, which is the way I think about it. Generally, I think it's an easier way of fitting it in with statistics and probability, which is very important. Round.
I know you and I have talked, I don't think on air yet, about like misinterpretations and misunderstandings of what quantum theory is. Is that something you want to touch on?
I'll talk about a little bit. So basically, one of the ways of explaining quantum physics is with the cat experiment. You put a cat in a box for 1 hour, and inside the box is an isotope with a half-life of 1 hour and a radiation detector. And if it detects radiation, a hammer comes down, smashes a poison bottle, and kills the cat. Or it might have been like a poisonous gas, I think. Does that, it kills the cat. And so after 1 hour, there's exactly a 50% chance that some threshold has been crossed and the hammer came down and killed the cat. So there's a 50% chance the cat is dead, 50% chance it's alive. There's this weird theory that constantly gets thrown around in like weird spiritual groups about like quantum immortality. I think a lot of like weird sort of culty white people, Hindu groups, like white people who appropriate Hindu culture sometimes talk about this a lot. It's like quantum immortality. It's the idea that, if you, do this experiment once, there's a 50% chance it survives. So if you do it twice, there's a 25% chance it survives. You do it 3 times, there's a 12.5% chance it survives, and so on and so forth. But the idea is if you keep dividing it in half over and over and over, it never exactly reaches 0. So there's one universe out there where you keep this cat alive by constantly repeating this experiment. But I think it's missing a very important factor, that it's like you have to wait an hour for the experiment to be, to go from start to finish. And like time is passing while the cat is alive, so it's getting older. So it's going to die naturally. You didn't find a way to cheat death. This isn't some, 2012 troll logic comic. That's what it feels like to me.
Big fan of those.
I mean, I am too. They're funny, and I've actually seen one that like actually works in real life because it's so stupid.
What's that?
I don't remember what it is, but I know I've seen it, and if I saw it again, I'd be able to tell you.
So on stream, if you haven't seen yet, I finally unlocked the wormhole key, so I'm traveling through wormholes right now.
My gosh. That's crazy.
Easy.
Easy.
I'm just gonna plop down a little colony on on a different arm of the galaxy real quick, no biggie.
Woo! Do that, then save your progress.
I've been saving like every 2 minutes.
Keep saving. We don't want to lose the progress.
That was ridiculously depressing last stream when it just crashed and I was like, I haven't saved since we started the creature stage, did I?
The creature state.
Cool. Just put a little guy
Just
down.
put a little spice on that. Just a little spice.
Okay. I'm gonna save, and we're gonna go for it. I'm gonna see if I can make it to the center of the galaxy from here.
Okay.
I did just get a new drive. I did save. Let's see. So far, so good.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells.
Okay. Let's go for it. There's a very real chance that I will be blown out of the sky upon reaching the center of the galaxy. To give a little bit of background lore, so we've been encountering a species called the Grox, which are sulfur-based life forms that have a massive empire. And what you're supposed to learn, again, if you take... If you believe like the way that you like win, quote unquote, the space stage of Spore is to reach the center of the galaxy, they're like the major like hurdle to that, because they're automatically aggressive. Because they're sulfur-based life forms, it's actually really easy to destroy their like colonies, because if you terraform them to become habitable, it instantly destroys all of their cities, which is really cool. So really, like, that's my most powerful weapon. I am just hopping from place to place. Ooh, a planetary disc.
What the fuck?
What's up?
I'm sorry. I saw the I'm watching the stream and it's a little behind, so I just saw like a star that looks like the eye of Sauron or something. It's very scary.
Spooky.
You're getting awfully close.
Maybe I can do it. Maybe I could do it. This way. Oh, here's the Grox.
Save.
I literally saved 20 seconds ago. Get off my ass. As you approach the galactic core, it gets harder to plot a course through the galaxy through the gravity wells of the dense star clusters. Your travel range has been decreased. Let's go. Oh, man. Oh, I'm in trouble. Okay. Here we go. No. Shit, I'm about to blow up. Fuck! Alright, let's see what planet it just sent me to.
Love the Brumpton.
Well, I'm not very far away, but I should just be able to... I'm just ignoring contact with all these species. Hi.
Hello. I think I'm gonna get myself one last little treat.
Okay.
And then head off to bed.
Sounds good.
You are approaching the 5-hour mark.
Yep. Shout out to everyone, all 2 people who have stuck it out this far.
I think I'm one of the 2.
Yeah. And I give myself a little bit of insurance by putting down a colony right on the edge of Grok's territory. So that way if I get blown up, I just respawn right here. Let's do it. Go, Brump, go! Come on, go, 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 go. I'm about to blow up again. No! The Brumpent has taken so much damage it exploded. Did you hear that? Okay, I think we've gotten as close as we can get. I might have to grind in between streams in order to actually make it to the final thing. And yeah, if I decide to do Spore again, we'll try to make it there. But I have a feeling if I keep trying to make it there, it's just going to be like an hour or two of just like silently exploding over and over. So that's probably a good place to end as any. Yeah, this will end up being about 4 hours and 40 minutes long. Yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. Again, I'm going to drop a link real quick into the chat. That is the upcoming playlist for the videos I actually spent a lot of time working on, which are the expedition videos from my latest dig for fossils from just a few weeks ago. So they're not out yet. They're going to start coming out early next week, and they're going to come out one at a time. So if you want reminders, if you want to see what the upcoming episodes look like, there's the playlist in the chat. I hope you watch those and enjoy them. And I guess next time we do this, we'll try to pick maybe a more optimistic thing to talk about. I don't know. Although people generally do enjoy listening to realistic, pragmatic, cynical, Anyway, it's getting pretty late, so I'm going to go lock myself in the garden and touch grass. Since the stream is lagging behind, I'm going to let that go until it gets to the actual end. But anyway, yeah, I guess I always worry at the end of this. I'm like, God, I think I was just bitching the whole time. This can't possibly have been fun for anybody else. But I don't know. I think it's important to think about things critically, and I would not say I'm the biggest fan of like philosophy interjecting into science, as far as like it's usually just, what's the right way to put this, science has to be viewed through ethical lenses, and philosophy is kind of the way that we critique the way that we do science. But also, like, philosophy tends to drive me crazy, so it's not always, like, a me thing necessarily to say, like, we have to think, you know, philosophically about how we do things. We have to critique stuff, but, like, I don't know, like, we all have a choice in the future that humanity takes, because we each have 1/8 billionth of a vote in what we do, and your vote is how you choose to live your life and what you choose to do with the time that you have. So I would encourage you to pick an avocation that makes sense to you. Don't live your life according to just what you think is expected of you, and don't hold unfair metrics to yourself, because everything is made up, everything is bullshit, everything is fake. So if science for the sake of science is what you want to do it. If art for the sake of art is what you want to do it. If philosophy is your thing, I'm sorry I'm always shitting on it, but if that's what you got to do, then that's what you got to do. And I'm gonna go to bed now, so good night.